Alright guys, it is time. Elimination Chamber 2024 is upon us, and this is a different one here because this pay-per-view is airing live from Australia, from Perth, Australia, which means that this time around it is the American fans that have to wake up early or stay up late, whatever you might be into, but you'll have to wake up early anyways to watch this pay-per-view live, because this pay-per-view is going to be airing live at 2 a.m. That's right, 2 a.m. Pacific time zone and 5 a.m. Eastern time zone. 5 a.m. is still not that bad, but 2 a.m. is brutal. Anyways, this should be a memorable Elimination Chamber pay-per-view, without a doubt. Of course, the two ladies right here in the back, at the front and the center of this pay-per-view, which is fantastic. It goes on to show you the influence of Rhea Ripley. Of course, Rhea Ripley, an Australian herself, from Australia herself, is the hometown hero, and it's hard to see her actually taking a defeat over here in Australia. That too, to one of the most hated women in wrestling today, Nia Jax. Definitely not happening. Rhea Ripley is going to be hailed as the hometown hero. She's going to be walking in champion, and she's going to be walking out of the Elimination Chamber still champion. We've got Sergey right here. We got Weenum in the house. We got James, my brother James. Good morning to you. Did you not go to sleep, or did you wake up early? It's great to see you, James. Very nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. And that's right, we've got a lot of big pay-per-views coming up in the future now. Of course, Elimination Chamber kicking things off. Then we've got some big shows coming from AEW as well. Of course, Monet's debut, the big money pay-per-view, the show also coming up very soon. We're going to be here for all of those. And of course, all roads lead to Wrestlemania. Wrestlemania is merely like 40 days or so away now. It's right here. So very excited about all of it. Once again, great to see all of you. We've got Gary in the house as well, by the way. Gary, fantastic seeing you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Now, did you not go to sleep, or did you wake up early? Let me know. We've got James saying good morning. A very good morning to you as well, James. Usually, it's the other way around, and you guys have me, watching wrestling at 5 in the morning. But this time around, it is, it is totally the opposite. You guys are up very early in the morning, and for me, it's daytime, so it feels good. It feels good. It's good to be on the other side of the table sometimes. When they have shows in Saudi Arabia, it's still okay for me because the show starts at like 7 p.m. or so, but it goes on quite late, right? So it's still okay, but this is great. It's like 3 p.m. over here, and it's fantastic. I couldn't have been happier. We've got Burman in the house. Good to see all of you. Who's not going to be here tonight? Is Ricky. Ricky said, AJ, the show begins at 2 a.m. for me. There's no way that I'm going to be here at 2 a.m. watching wrestling. So Ricky's not going to be here. He said he will be here for the next AEW pay-per-view that's coming up very soon, but he's not going to be here for Chamber. Burman, great to see you. Very good morning. Everybody who's coming in, let us know, did you not go to sleep, or did you wake up early? That's right, up early, 4:29 a.m. here. I like that, James. Eastern time zone, that's great, 4:29 a.m. We are just 30 minutes away now from the show kicking off. We've got Weenum saying, yeah, the times, should have seen all the time zones. That's right. It happens when you're, having a show overseas. The time zones, the conflict always happens. That's that. Yep, that's right. We've got Gary saying, the last time I was up this early, I had a full-time job. Yep, absolutely, For work, we've got to get up early. And for wrestling, too, Being a full-time wrestling fan is also no less than a full-time job, is it? We got James here saying, got about 5 hours of sleep, I'm good. Yeah, 5 hours is good. It's great. The best part about this is that, it's a weekend ahead. We don't have to go to work this weekend. So that's great. You guys are up early, but you can get some rest during the day. That's right. Hopefully the show will not disappoint us. We've got sweet matches here, right? Take a look at this. We've got Nia Jax versus Rhea Ripley. Just like I said previously, there's no way that Rhea Ripley loses tonight, right? It's not happening. There's more chances of me flying to the moon tomorrow morning for breakfast than Rhea Ripley dropping her title tonight in Australia. It's not happening. Moving on, we've got this Elimination Chamber match, the Women's Chamber match. Now, I would like to ask you guys, who do you think is winning this chamber match, because if you look at all the ladies, right? It's quite interesting to me. You've got Liv Morgan, who just returned. And if you talk about Liv Morgan, there were rumors going around that Liv Morgan was in for a big major push. So if you were to believe those rumors, and if you were to believe the promo that she cut this past Monday, Liv Morgan could be the one who wins this match. Raquel Rodriguez is a powerhouse. Her push is also long awaited, so that's that too. We've got Naomi, who just returned to the company after her very successful stint with TNA Wrestling. So Naomi winning would be fantastic. I know a lot of people are going to be happy. I'm going to be happy. Then there's Becky Lynch. You know what? I just don't have to say anything about Becky Lynch. She is the man. So her winning would be nice as well. Bianca Belair has been on a roll. And then you've got Tiffany Stratton, who just made her main roster debut. And I can tell from the comments that I get on social media, on my post, and the fan base is growing. Tiffany Stratton is already a big fan favorite, and if she wins, a lot of people are going to be happy. A lot of them. And this is also her first ever Elimination Chamber, so if they really want to push Tiffany, wow, what a way would it be, right? I mean, just a month into her main roster debut, she wrestles her first chamber match and wins it. It'll be huge for her. But I think it's going to be Liv Morgan who will win this match. Let me know, who do you guys think, though? We've got Gary saying like that. Gary, we've got Broman saying, did not go to sleep. My eyes are already burning. I get that. When we did that 48 or 54 hours stream of WrestleMania, the first one, WrestleMania 38? Yeah, 38. Yes, 38. WrestleMania 38, we watched it like 48 hours live. We were here. And I'll tell you what, the second night of WrestleMania 38, guys, I'm not kidding. I really was dozing off. When Stone Cold Steve Austin came in and he hit Mr. McMahon with the stunner, I felt like I was going to pass out. I was so sleepy, so drowsy. Yeah, sleep is important. It's important. Everybody was popping, and I was popping too, but I was also taking a few seconds of naps during the crazy moment. Yeah, sleep is important, guys. Very important. Anyways, my pick here for the Women's Elimination Chamber match, it still is Liv Morgan. I think Liv Morgan is in it to win it. But Tiffany Stratton could come a very second close. Again, the whole roster is so jam-packed and everybody has their own story, right? I mean, if you talk about Naomi, she's out here to finish her own story. Her winning would be fantastic, but time will tell. Moving on, we've got the Men's Elimination Chamber match. Now, this one, I feel, is much easier to predict than the Women's Elimination Chamber match. Let me know who do you think is going to win this match, but for me, it's not going to be Bobby Lashley. He has not been pushed at all this past year. This 2023-2024 was terrible for Lashley. I heard that they wanted to name Lashley and the Street Profits the Pride. It just did not make sense. Why would you call them the Pride? That name, the plans to call them that apparently got dropped. And Lashley has really not been pushed. We thought that him and the Street Profits together would be magic. But, still waiting for that magic. I don't know where it went, where it disappeared. But the magic is not here, at least not yet. You talk about Karrion Kross and the AOP. It's good to have them here. But still, it's very confusing. I'm not sure if they're actually going to get pushed or not. But for now, I don't think that Lashley is going to get the victory. I don't see Lashley winning this chamber match. Kevin Owens, I don't see it happening either, even though I would have very much liked to see Kevin Owens main eventing WrestleMania. I don't see it happening. Kevin Owens, Lashley already, I feel, are not winning this chamber match. Moving on, we've got Logan Paul, who, by the way, is your current United States champion. It makes zero sense for him to win this match. Why even place him in this chamber match? Are you really lacking the star power or, big put wrestlers in your roster that you have to insert Logan Paul into this match? I mean, he has his own story. Is he not going to be defending the United States Championship at WrestleMania? Why is he in the chamber match? It makes no sense, and for that reason, I absolutely do not see Logan Paul winning this match. Then we're left with Randy, we're left with Drew, we're left with LA Knight, and Drew McIntyre said if he does not win this match, his career is just as useless as CM Punk's return. So Drew McIntyre is savage. For that reason, I don't see Drew McIntyre winning either. I think he already is waiting for CM Punk to come back. So I don't think that he's gonna go after Seth Rollins just yet. He's doing just fine. I think it's gonna be either Randy or LA Knight. It could very well be LA Knight. I think so. I think LA Knight could be the guy who will fight Seth Rollins at WrestleMania. I think LA Knight could do it. We'll find out. Let me know who you guys think. We've got Jake saying, "What's up, AJ? Good to see you, Jake. It's great to see you. Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well." We've got Gary saying, "Randy. I would love for it to be Randy. I would absolutely love for it to be Randy Orton." We've got James saying, "It's time." Yep. I mean, we're like 30 minutes away, guys. Still 30 minutes to go before the show begins. Can you guys, Discord server, we're actually right now not on Discord, but once that's active again, I have so much on my plate right now that I cannot manage everything. So for that reason, I'm not keeping Discord very active, unfortunately, at the moment. But when I can also handle Discord, I will share the Discord link with you, Jake. Thank you for your interest. Going Warriors, says James. I see. All right. So you're talking about this match right here, the Kabuki Warriors, Candice LeRae, and Indy Hartwell. This, I feel, is also a no-brainer. They've got to win. Kabuki Warriors, they should win. But there's also a catch. Now, I don't know if they really want all the Aussies to get the victory tonight, because they might very well do that. But Indy Hartwell is also an Aussie, is she not? She's also from Australia. Yeah. So for that reason, just to make the fans happy, they could give the victory to Indy Hartwell. Who knows? It can happen. It can definitely happen. But let me know what you guys think. Now, on that note, guys, on the note of tag team champions and tag teams, in WWE from Australia, let's not forget that the Iconics are also from Australia. And, as we understand, they're not wrestling at the moment because one half of the Iconics currently, they're expecting a baby. So for that reason, they're not actively wrestling, but an appearance from the Iconics in Australia, it would be nice. I don't know if it'll happen, but it would be nice. Iconics were much loved. I was quite disappointed when they were let go, but they'd be nice. If they actually show up, I would be happy. I would pop, without a doubt. And Landon Ivanchetti, good to see you. Welcome, hope you're doing well. And who else do we have here? We've got, of course, this match right here, talking about tag team matches. We've got Finn Balor and Damian Priest, the Judgment Day, defending against Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne. It would be nice to see them, win the match, and I think they will indeed win. They will indeed defend the title successfully. I definitely am going with Finn Balor and Damian Priest one more time over here. And then we've got the biggest Grayson Waller effect in history to take place tonight. Apparently the biggest one. We'll see how that goes. But Seth Rollins and Cody Rhodes are actually going to be here in Australia at Elimination Chamber on the biggest Grayson Waller effect. We will see how that goes down. But yeah, guys, this is it. This is the match card for Elimination Chamber. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches and one big segment that is being advertised. We will find out how the night goes down. Good to see everybody once again. Much love to all of you. Thank you so much for being here. Now, while we wait for the show to begin, we're going to be taking a look at the entrances that they've just released for WWE 2K24. So far, I have been very disappointed with the game. With all the footage that they've released, with all the graphics, the gameplay. I mean, I have been absolutely disappointed with 2K24. And I feel like nobody should buy that game. I feel like it's not just a waste of money, but also by buying such games, you're encouraging the developers to continue to do what they do. And what they're doing is they're absolutely making a mockery out of WWE games and WWE fans. Well, let's take a look at the latest batch of entrances that they've just released and decide for ourselves what's going on here with these games. So here we are, that's Setron's model, which is the same model as last year's game. There has been no difference in Setron's model. And there is Sheamus making his way out. Yeah, Sheamus, I don't know what they did with that face, but that's Sheamus for you. Again, I see all of this as such a downgrade. The one thing that this should stop doing immediately is they should stop making games for PS4 and the older Xbox One. Because by doing so, they're holding back the potential of giving us a great game. You know, now we have entered what Sony is calling the latter age of the PS5. So they're calling this era as the latter age, the older age of PS5, where PS5 is getting old and is close to retiring. Why is 2K still making games for the PS4? It makes no sense. It's pure greed, and they should absolutely stop doing that. But yeah, 2K24 should be a patch for our DLC pack for 2K23 instead of being a whole big game which is costing an upwards of $70 or more. So it makes no sense. And a lot of these entrances are the exact same. I've been posting a lot of shorts, a lot of videos comparing the entrances from the older games. And a lot of the entrances, the motion and everything is the exact same. Sometimes the exact same model too. And, you know, I mean, I was surprised to see AJ Styles has not received an update in his entrance motion in 3 years. So same with Liv Morgan has not received an updated entrance in over 3 years. It's been the same since 2K22, 2K23, and now 2K24. So it's pure laziness on their part. How are they charging us like $40 if they're gonna give us the same entrances, if they're gonna give us the same character models, everything the same? And the one excuse that I really like these days, and this is an excuse that a lot of fans make, it's that, oh, this person's entrance does not need to be updated because it's not updated in Rio. You know, if you go back to the older THQ games, the SmackDown vs. Raw games, in those games, even if John Cena came out the same way in real life, they would still tweak up the entrance. They will still make it look nice and look new, right? There would be a different walk. There would be a different motion, a different everything. But, you know, these days it's the exact same motion, and the developers, they get away with it. So that's that. We got Jonathan in the house, by the way. Jonathan, great to see you. Good morning to you. Did you not go to sleep or did you wake up early, Jonathan? Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's see, 4:42 a.m. local time, Pacific time. That's right. We are about 16 minutes away from the show starting up. So we are just 16 minutes away from the main show starting. That's right. Wait a second. What are you watching, James? wait. Let's take a look. Oh dear. I see. So I just got fooled a little bit here, right? I just got a little fooled because the broadcast that we're getting over here they're not actually showing us the match. So thank you for that, James. James let me know that there was a match going on right now. The Kabuki Warriors fighting Indy Hartwell. Thank you for that, James. Because right now, in our broadcast, the local broadcast, they were interviewing Booker T. So I was watching the Booker T interview. I was not aware that the match was actually on already, and the match is on YouTube. But the local broadcast still had Booker T talking. So thank you, James. Never realized the match has already started. And here we are now, Indy Hartwell pinning Asuka. Asuka kicks out. One more thing, guys. Have you noticed the change in the lighting and the production in the WWE shows now? Like the Raw shows, they don't have the red light all over the crowd. The crowd lights are no longer dark. They're actually bright. They're white lights. and they're trying to give the shows a really sports like an appeal, a sports kind of a presentation, and a lot of people are a fan of it. Some people are not so happy because they said that the earlier production with the colored lights and the darker shades on the crowd was better, but now they're going with the all white lights on the crowd, giving it a very football like of a presentation, and people like it. People like and they find that the lighting difference makes the show feel a lot more genuine and a lot more sports like. So that's that. We also have to mention that commentators, they saying the same things. That's right, no updates. You're right about that, James. In 2K24, the commentators, they say the same thing. It's true. It's sad, but it's true. What can we do? If people keep buying these games, they're not going to make any changes to it. They're going to keep giving us the same stuff. And here we are, Asuka, by the way, with a German suplex to Indy Hartwell. One thing that we have to note is that Indy Hartwell is an Aussie. This is the first match that's taking place right here tonight on the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view. Are they going to have an Aussie lose? Literally the first match of the pay-per-view in Australia? I don't know about that. We'll find out. Anyways, as we can see here, also, have you noticed, guys, the stage is not that crazy, right? The stage is quite simple. They've kept it quite plain, right? A few LED screens here and there, but it's nothing crazy, nothing gigantic. And there's a reason for that. When TKO took over, one of the first reports that came out of the company was that they were going to cut back on the stages. They were not going to spend as much money in the stages. Instead, they were going to spend money on things that they actually feel are very important. Stage is not a part of it. That's why even the Raw that's going to take place, I believe, after WrestleMania is not going to be having a big stage, as we've heard. So they're really cutting back on the stage, the production cost over there. And here we are, look at that. An Aussie actually loses the first match in Australia. Indy Hartwell has lost to Kabuki Warriors. A great decision made, considering that the Kabuki Warriors have been great champions and they should carry the title to WrestleMania. But an Aussie losing the first match of the night in Australia is quite a shame. Indy Hartwell definitely let her Aussies down for sure right here. We've got Venom saying, yeah, that's okay. Lighting has changed a lot. That's right. It has changed a lot indeed. We've got Clay saying, good morning, AJ. I'll be watching Elimination Chamber at 5 a.m. That's right, Clay. Early morning show indeed. We got Elimination Chamber streaming live starting at 5 a.m. in the Eastern time zone, and of course 2 a.m. in the morning. That's right, for the Pacific time zone, guys. That's right, very early indeed. And James here with a 1-0, leading with the predictions already. I like that, James. We got Jonathan saying, what happened in SmackDown last night? I was sleeping. Yeah, I don't know. Did anybody watch SmackDown? I did not catch SmackDown at all last night. Wow. Aussie is here with a round of applause, a standing ovation to Indy Hartwell and Candice LeRae. I like that. I would love to go to Australia one day, especially Sydney, 42 Wallaby Road. Those who have seen Finding Nemo know what I'm talking about. I did watch Finding Nemo when I was a little kid, so I don't really remember the exact road and the reference, but Finding Nemo was a great film. Yeah, you should love it as a kid. All right, that's sweet, Jonathan. By the way, I just recently interviewed former WWE NXT announcer, broadcaster, Mackenzie Mitchell. And that interview is going to be dropping very, very soon. So the wrestling show is officially back. And we're going to be having a lot of guests from WWE and other promotions as well on the show. We're starting with Mackenzie Michelle, who is going to be joining us very soon. And that interview will be out on YouTube in a few days. And Mackenzie really spills the beans on a lot of stuff on NXT, the production, the rivalry with AEW. We talk about that historic night, which Mackenzie said they call the NXT Mania. When they brought in The Undertaker, they brought in John Cena, they brought in Paul Heyman. And when the NXT went head-to-head against AEW. We talk about all of that. And I asked her that one question that every fan has been wanting to ask these WWE officials. It's that, is there a rivalry? Does WWE do what they do, just to squash, just to crush AEW? And she answers that as well. So it's a very interesting interview. I also asked her about the Vince McMahon allegation, the accusations, and one breaking question was that Ember Moon, when she was with NXT, she said that the women were asked to dress sexy, that the women were asked to dress like Mandy Rose. I asked her all those questions very upfront, very directly, because we wanted the answers. And yeah, she answers those questions. So that interview will be out very soon. I'm very excited for you guys to listen to it because, yeah, it really sheds some light on the topics that we've heard about very vaguely. But hopefully Mackenzie will give us some inside sources. Let's see. Jonathan says, last night McIntyre beat LA Knight. Sweet. And you know what? You know, it's a classic theory, right? That if you're going up in the go home show, you're definitely going down in the pay-per-view. So if McIntyre actually got a victory on the go home show, he's not winning. He's not winning on the pay-per-view. He's not winning tonight. Well, I can't wait to watch. Thank you, James. Thank you for all the love and all the support, James. Thank you. But we're going to be having a lot of stars on the show, former WWE stars, as well as stars right now with the company. A lot of stuff we're going to be doing on the wrestling show. So I'm very excited to kick it up back again. All right, so we're about 8 minutes away from the show now kicking off. Just 8 minutes to go. But let me know, guys, if there's anyone who you would like for me to interview, let me know. I have reached out to quite a few stars. Some have gotten back to me already. Some were still waiting for a response. But if there's anyone in particular who you'd like for me to interview, let me know. And, hopefully I'll be able to reach out to them and make things happen. All right. Seems like we are kicking things off with the Elimination Chamber match, the men's Elimination Chamber match. That will be interesting. That's the match that they're talking about right now, the men's Elimination Chamber match. I don't know if they're going to be kicking things off with this. This should be the main event in my books, right? But they're talking about it at the moment. We're going to find out what happens. But we are just 7 minutes away now from the main show kicking off. Again, everybody joining us from America tonight, especially. A very good morning to all of you. The tables have turned while the rest of the world is awake and they're very happily watching Chamber. The American fans, they've got to be super sleepy. They've got to be in their bed or their couch. And they're going to be watching some wrestling. It's sweet. Sweet. All right. And until then, let's also listen to Booker T and see what he's saying about the Chamber match tonight. It's happening live, a Booker T interview on our broadcast.
Here's what I found.
Thank you, Siri.
But I'm so excited. I'm most excited about that match, more so than any for a very, very long time.
We all are excited to see if Cody Rhodes can finish this story. Booker,
Okay.
one match that you mentioned at the beginning of the show, the tag team titles, which are on the line, Tyler Bate, Pete Dunne. Do you think they can dethrone the Judgment Day?
That's not happening.
You
That's never happening.
Anything's possible. Anything's
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah, that's not happening. There's no way.
Tyler Bate, big strong boy. I didn't give Tyler Bate.
Once again, I don't see any title changing hands tonight, right? It's just not happening. We already saw it in the case of the women's tag team champions. They did not drop their championship tonight, right? I don't see the Judgment Day dropping theirs either. That's going to be like dropping a huge ball of momentum right before WrestleMania, and that's not going to happen. Again, the world titles are not on the line, as we already know. Yeah, the Women's World Championship also not changing hands. Rhea Ripley is the hometown hero. She's literally taking on the most hated woman in wrestling today, Nia Jax. In Australia, Rhea is not losing. The championship will not be dropping. There's going to be no championships changing hands tonight, and that's for certain. I know that Booker T right now, he just said that anything can happen, but no, the titles will not change hands tonight, and that's for certain. Now, we're already done with this one match here on the pre-show, which leaves us with only 4 matches for the main show. Of course, the tag team title match, we've got the men's chamber match, the women's chamber match, the women's world title match, and then we've got, of course, this segment right here. All in all, the match card doesn't really impress me that much. to be honest with you. I know the chamber matches are very exciting in themselves, they're very exciting. But if you look at the number of matches and the matches itself, it doesn't excite me all that much, really. But okay, hopefully it's gonna be a good pay-per-view, as we are just 4 minutes away now from the main show kicking off. And we've got, I like that Clay here, by the way, is rooting for LA Knight. Yeah, I like that, Clay. That is sweet. Sure, it's pretty. I agree with that, James. I do. Now, the only thing that I'm not too certain about is the women's chamber match, actually. The men's is still predictable, but the women's chamber match, again, just like I said, Liv Morgan, that's what I'm going with, right? She's the one that I'm going with. I think Liv Morgan will walk out as the winner of the match. Raquel Rodriguez, I'd like for her to win, but let's be honest, she hasn't been pushed all that much. The last time that I really thought, oh, they were pushing her, that was when she literally made her main roster debut, and a few weeks later, she took on Ronda Rousey on SmackDown, really kicked her ass. But then after that, just went nowhere. She took that momentum nowhere. So I don't know if they're actually pushing or they're serious about pushing Raquel Rodriguez. So we leave that there. Naomi, I'd like for her to win a lot, but I don't know. Becky Lynch, I think she's accomplished so much already. She does not need to accomplish this one. I don't think Becky's winning. Bianca Belair, kind of the same story, to be honest. I don't know if they want Bianca Belair to go after the world title once again. Tiffany is young, she's hungry, and she's here to prove a point. So Tiffany winning would be fantastic, I feel. It would be exciting, kind of unpredictable, and it's got to have people talking. It's got to get people talking. So that's what I'm excited about. If Tiffany wins, it's just got to be interesting. Liv Morgan winning, long overdue. So I'd like for that to happen too. We're going to find out as the pay-per-view literally begins in 2 minutes from now, guys. 2 minutes left, and the pay-per-view begins. That's right. Do we have 1 hour pre-show? Is it beginning now? Brother Jonathan, we are now done with the pre-show. And the main show is literally going to begin in 2 minutes from now. What's that? Oh, I see, all right. I see James says, dang, I missed what you were saying. I got ads. I'm sorry about that, brother. Sorry about that. With YouTube, it's hard to control the ads. Yeah, apologies for that. But the show is just about to begin. Oh, you're awesome, James. Thank you for that. Thank you. James says, I'm trying to sync up with you with what's on your screen. So what's on my screen at the moment, I'm just getting commercials. So 1 minute away and the show should begin. Hopefully the commercials are going to end by that time. We are 1 minute away. Roman Reigns is not going to be here. So apparently he has not flown down to Australia. Same story with Dwayne Johnson. So much so about all those reports from Fightful and all these publications saying that The Rock was going to wrestle at Wrestlemania. Or the tag team champion, or the tag team match, The Rock and Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins and Cody Rhodes, but it's going to take place at Elimination Chamber. Well, none of that's happening. Quite an underwhelming card in my books. Maybe the WWE was the one who put that news out there so that the tickets would sell, right, like hot dogs. But at the end of the day, The Rock's not there, Roman Reigns is not there, and that's the truth. Yeah. Sorry about that. Second. The alarm went off. Okay. Yeah, you're right. It's a long flight. I think Roman and The Rock will make a surprise appearance tonight. I would like that a lot, brother. I would like that a lot, honestly. Honestly, if you think about it, right? We've got on the Grayson Waller effect, which they're calling the biggest Grayson Waller effect ever. So it would make sense if The Rock was to be there. But the Grayson Waller effect could potentially, if that were to happen, James, it could potentially open up an opportunity to have Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins versus Rock and Roman Reigns. And, since we are in Australia, hey, have the Grayson Waller be the special guest referee. Who knows? It could happen. It could happen. James, if that happens, this whole Elimination Chamber pay-per-view is going to go up. it's gonna skyrocket. It's really gonna it's gonna be historic. It's gonna be memorable. So it'd be nice, but time will tell. Is Roman Reigns really gonna make such a long flight? Is he really gonna do that? We'll find out. Anyways, the show's beginning now, guys. Hopefully, it's gonna be a big one. All right, the intro. All right, the show's beginning now, guys. It is time to get excited as we are now live from Perth. It's so crazy. I think you're right about that, Jonathan. Definitely, The Undertaker is one of the greatest to ever win the Elimination Chamber. But, the one Elimination Chamber match that I can never forget is when Edge was not even supposed to be in the Chamber match. But then it was Rey Mysterio, I believe, who was making his way out, and Edge attacked him from behind with a steel chair, taking him out. And then at that time, Edge's girlfriend, Vicky Guerrero, she very, very conveniently replaced Rey with Edge, and Edge made his way into the Chamber instead. And, he actually ended up winning the Chamber. So that was like a theft. It was a robbery. And I very much hated Edge for that at that time. But now looking back at it, it was one of the most memorable Elimination Chamber moments for me. So I really remember that match, and it always brings a smile to my face. I think it was the same match which also had the Undertaker fighting in it, and Undertaker was about to win the match when Shawn Michaels, he broke through the floor of the chamber. He got in, he hit Taker with the sweet chin music and cost him that match. Had it not been for Shawn Michaels, Undertaker would have won that match and he would have gone to wrestle for the title at WrestleMania. But Shawn Michaels did not want for that to happen. Instead, he wanted Taker to fight him at at WrestleMania. And of course, that match went on to be a career versus street match, which Shawn Michaels lost, and now he is the NXT coach. So that's that. But great moments and great memories from Elimination Chamber. We've got my brother over here, WrestleStorm. Good to see you, brother. He says, interview Triple H asking for an annual event for India. I would love that. I would very much love that, brother. Good to see you, WrestleStorm. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully Elimination Chamber is going to be a good event. I like that. Jonathan says, the beauty of tonight, of this show is that, the world is awake for it. Literally, the UK is awake. India is awake. We've got Australia, of course, they're awake. Saudi Arabia fans are also awake. The world is awake except for the US fans. It's a total 360 degrees here. All right. Women's Chamber up now. I see the Women's Chamber match is going to be kicking off the show. Thanks for that, James. So the Women's Chamber match is the one that's going to be kicking off the show. We've got Liv, Raquel, Naomi, Becky, Bianca, and Tiffany Stratton here, who are going to be competing in this match for a chance to go on and become the #1 contender to the Women's World title at WrestleMania. Well, it seems like it's going to be the Rhea Ripley match that's going to be up first, brother. Yeah. It seems like it. Interesting. It seems like we're starting off things. I know, Jonathan. No Way Out was a great name. But of course, I think that this tried to stop overcomplicating things, and their focus, I think, shifted to the casual audience, because the casual audience would not know Armageddon and No Way Out and stuff like that. A casual audience would not know what pay-per-view features the Chamber. So to not overcomplicate things and to simplify them, I think they just went for the Elimination Chamber and TLC and all those pay-per-views. I used to hate TLC pay-per-view. I used to hate it, and I'm so glad it's history. I used to hate that pay-per-view. TLC should not be a pay-per-view. It should be a match stipulation, not a pay-per-view ever. We already have Money in the Bank, you know, so that's that. Her 5th chamber here tonight. Liv Morgan over here is going to be wrestling her 5th chamber. We got WrestleStorm here saying Rhea Ripley and Nia Jax, I believe, is the main event. That would make sense as well, brother. That would make sense. Table, ladders, and chairs. That's right, yep. What the hell is Seth Rollins wearing? What is that 3rd glass for his 3rd eye? That's creepy. Cody Rhodes looking good, looking fresh as he comes out here to do some talking on the Grayson Waller effect. Once again, we don't know if this talk is going to turn into a match, a tag team match. We're going to find out. You know, it's a stadium show in Australia. It will be a shame, to be honest, if The Rock wasn't here, because if he does show up, you know, it's going to be well worth it. It's going to be well worth the hype. If you look at, once again, I'm going to say it again, if you look at the match card, it does not look as appealing, guys. Okay, we have 2 chamber matches, but what is special about this match card? Why is it worthy of being a stadium show, right? The Rock would make it worthy of being a stadium show. Let's see. Anyways, you're right, James. You are always right. We are indeed starting off with the Women's Elimination Chamber match right here. I know, Jonathan, he wears a lot of Versace. Seth Rollins, he wears a lot of Versace. So do I. You know, so, yeah, I think our taste kind of matches right there. But I would never wear what he was wearing, those pair of glasses. Hideous. He also wears jewelry by Mackenzie Michelle. So Mackenzie Michelle actually has a jewelry brand, which she calls Headline by MM. And Seth Rollins is actually seen wearing those her brand's jewelry a few times on TV. We talk about all of that in the interview that's coming up very soon. And right, and with that being said, guys, Bianca Belair making her way out. Once again, the stage is nothing special. You know, they've also gotten rid of the LED on the floor area, right? There's no LED, no screens on the floor. They've gone very simple, very basic with the stage, and that's TKO's strategy to cut down production costs and focus and spend money on what is truly important, such as bringing in celebrities, such as bringing in mainstream media, such as bringing in The Rock. That is what they want to spend their money on, not LED screens, not LEDs across the barricade or the floor. They're taking a very different approach here to the WWE, and the fans so far like it. So that's that. We've got James, by the way, here. He is saying that he's going to go with Becky Lynch. Interesting choice, but, you know, I'm just going to say, Becky Lynch has done it all. WrestleMania 35, I was there live. Becky Lynch, you know, she, of course, also made history at WrestleMania. You know, walking out, Becky Lynch, double champion. Becky Lynch has really done it all. And for that reason, I don't think that Becky Lynch should win tonight. She does not need this victory here tonight. She does not need to main event WrestleMania or, you know, wrestle for the world title WrestleMania. She's already done it. She's already done it all. So for that reason, I would say hopefully not Becky. You know, I would be happy with Naomi. I would be happy with Liv. I would be happy with Tiffany. So let's find out. Raquel Rodriguez, I like her a lot, but, you know, considering her lack of push the past year, literally there's been no push. There's no heat in Raquel. For that reason, I'm going to say not Raquel either. Literally. She came in so hot, but now she's so cold. It's sad. But I don't see her winning. Yeah, don't see her winning. Taking Bianca Belair, says Gary. Bianca winning would be nice as well, but she's done it as well. She's also competed in like 2 WrestleManias for the world title. So for that reason, I would say not Bianca either. You know, yeah, I'm definitely hoping Naomi, Liv, or Tiffany. I'm gonna go with Liv. If my pick here is Liv, but I think it's gonna be either Naomi, Liv, or Tiffany. My gut says Liv. My heart says Tiffany. Let's see what happens. William, welcome. Good to see you. William says Bianca. WrestleStorm says I'm rooting for Becky Lynch. I like that. Let's see. Let's see. I see a lot of people over here rooting for Becky. She's an established superstar. She does not need this victory. Does not need it. But the question is, which two superstars are actually going to start this match? That's the main question. Tiffany coming out here, the Barbie of WWE's main roster, making her way for her first ever Elimination Chamber match. Think about it, guys. It has not even been a month since she made her main roster debut, but she's already in the Chamber match, her first ever Chamber match. If she wins it, you know, this is going to be the quickest that anybody in their career would ever win a Chamber match. It's going to be historic, men's or women's. Tiffany's going to make history in that fashion. Would be quite an accomplishment for her, and you know, considering her fan base that keeps on growing, hey, I think that Tiffany Stratton could make history tonight. I think she's going to be here for a long time. Jonathan says, match order via BWE. All right, women's Elimination Chamber match, the Judgment Day versus Braun and Brutes, Grayson Waller effect. I see. Men's Elimination Chamber match and Rhea Ripley versus Nia Jax will close the show. That makes sense. Thanks for that, Jonathan. That match order makes total sense. I see. That makes sense. Again, James is predicting that Rock and Roman Reigns, they're going to be here as well, and I'm hoping it happens. We're going to find out. Liv Morgan also making her way to the ring here, so it means that Liv Morgan will not be opening the show instead. Liv Morgan's looking good. This is her fifth ever Elimination Chamber match. There we go. This is quite interesting, right? So Liv Morgan is making her way to the ring here for her fifth Elimination Chamber match. Nobody has actually wrestled in Chamber more than that. So this is quite historic here. She's making history. This is the most Chamber appearances ever. So Liv Morgan, is she going to get her first Chamber victory tonight? We're going to find out. We've got True in the house. Are you kidding me, True? Good morning. Welcome. Great to see you. I thought that True was sleeping. Good to see you, True. Welcome. He says Becky's winning. So now we've got three people here who are with Becky. We've got my brother James. We got WrestleStorm. We got True. So three people here are saying that Becky Lynch is going to win. I'm the only one here, only dummy here who's saying it's going to be either Liv Morgan or Tiffany Stratton. That's where the money is, I feel. I think it's going to be Liv. I'm going to go with Liv. Look at her eyes, guys. Look at Liv Morgan's eyes. They tell a whole story in itself. She's angry, she's furious, she's ready. This is her fifth appearance in the Chamber match, more than anybody else in history of the company. Liv Morgan has got a chip on her shoulder. She needs to prove her point. Liv Morgan is my pick. Lawrence also in the house. It's like the portal's opening and we've got all the Avengers assembling over here. Great to see you, Lawrence. I wasn't expecting anybody to show up, considering this show is taking place so early in the morning in America. Great to see you, Lawrence. Good morning to you as well. Now, tell me what's the secret sauce here. Did you guys not go to sleep, or did you set an alarm and you woke up early? Let me know what's the secret. We've got Jonathan saying this is the last time last year, the main event was Sami Zayn and Roman Reigns. That's right. And look at Roman Reigns now, just missing Chamber. Or so it seems. We've got, I'm going Liv Morgan too. Jonathan, my brother, high five. That's right. Naomi looking good. She stands tall over here. She looks good. So it's clear. Naomi and Becky Lynch are opening the contest. They're going to be fighting until the next portal opens. So Naomi and Becky Lynch are going to be the two women who are going to be opening this Chamber match. Interesting. So we've also just learned that Austin Theory will be joining Grayson Waller on the Grayson Waller effect. So that's happening too. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure, really. I mean, I would not be surprised if Austin Theory loses his job. And, again, we don't want anybody to lose their job, but Austin Theory is quite irrelevant at this time. He defeated John Cena at WrestleMania last year, which is hard to believe considering the lack of push behind Austin Theory. He's done nothing. He's now turned into a sidekick. And a sidekick has never looked or never felt so irrelevant than Austin Theory. This is a new lows for sidekicks. Austin Theory is going to be joining the Grayson Waller effect. Let's see how that goes. We've got Laura saying, it's 10 a.m. in the UK, so I'm okay. I want to live to it. I like that, Lawrence. Okay, that's sweet. We've got Jonathan saying, after this is done, I'm going to go back to bed, and you won't hear anything from me for the next few hours. That's me. That's me. Whenever we used to do those watch-alongs early morning, literally, I used to turn off my computer, and I used to fall in my bed. Or sometimes I used to have my breakfast and fall in the bed. It's hard. I get that, yeah. But I always miss you guys, and I always miss watching all the wrestling with you on a weekly basis. But, since we keep it logged into the specials, it also feels special, right? I come here for the special events, and we have a good time, once, twice, thrice in a month, and we keep it special. It feels nice. It allows me to make more content. I hope you guys, by the way, have been enjoying the content that I'm producing for YouTube and Instagram. How did you guys like that video where I played a double role, red and blue AJ, reviewing 2K24? How did you like that video, guys? Let me know. And your feedback allows me, to make future content based on what you guys like. So let me know how you guys liked that video where you saw double rolls of AJ. And here we are now, guys. Naomi and Becky Lynch starting off. They lock it up over here. Headlock on Becky Lynch. She goes down. Naomi with the upper hand. She rolls her up. Okay. Tables have turned. Becky Lynch now has Naomi in a headlock. It still feels weird to see Naomi in a WWE ring, right? Yeah. And here we are now, shoulder tackle from Becky. Naomi goes down. Becky's outfit actually looks good tonight. True Omos theory, all candidates of being released. No, Omos will not get released, brother, until they find somebody else who's like 7 feet or 8 feet tall. They're not going to get released Omos. They're going to use him as a spectacle to wow the media and to wow the casuals or to wow the non-wrestling fans. They need a spectacle like that. That's why they had the Big Show. That's why they still have Braun Strowman. They're never going to use those people. They're never going to use Omos. But they're just going to have him. They're going to put them randomly in press events, press conferences, international appearances to wow the media and literally use them as eye candy or as spectacles to show these people this is what WWE is, larger than life. That's why they have a job, because of their height. That's it. Yeah. It's sad, but it's true. No, James, not on Twitch today, my brother, but something's cooking. I am planning something for Twitch. I was thinking gaming sessions on Twitch. I'm planning on resuming them. So very soon, I will be posting a schedule of when I'm going to be live on YouTube and when I'm going to be live on Twitch. So it's going to be more than just the special events. I'm going to be here, fixed days, fixed time on Twitch, fixed days, fixed time on YouTube every single week. So we're going to be doing that. As an old man, I'm blue brand baby. I like that, Gary. I just Discord. Thank you, Money Badger. You're awesome. Much love to you. Oh my goodness. We've got Money Badger here. And we've also got Andy here, and Gary, and everybody. By the way, I've got to say, I'm very surprised. I was not expecting everybody to wake up, for this show. But thank you guys for waking up and for finding me here. It is always lovely having you guys here. Thank you. Good morning once again to everybody. Much love to all of you. I'm really surprised. I thought everybody's going to be sleeping. Why am I even going live? But wow, great to see you. Andy, very good morning to you. And here we are. Naomi once again goes for the cover on Becky. Becky kicks out very early. There you are, Becky for the cover on Naomi. And Naomi this time with the kick out. Weenum, welcome. Great to see you again. Once again, for those who might have missed an update, Austin Theory is going to be joining Grayson Waller Effect. So it's going to be Grayson Waller, Austin Theory, Seth Rollins, and Cody Rhodes. James, was speculating that we might have The Rock and Roman Reigns show up. But now that we have Grayson and Austin in this segment, I've got a feeling that The Rock and Roman are not going to be here after all, and that the segment is unfortunately going to turn into a tag team match between Austin and Grayson versus Seth and Cody. I don't like the sound of it, but it seems like it can happen. Yeah. Alright, here we are now. Naomi once again thrown out of the... Oh, wow. And Naomi in trouble. She kicks Becky Lynch right in the face. Becky now with an elbow strike to Naomi. And another kick here, sending her to the podium. Liv Morgan standing back. Once again, Gary, great to see you. Good morning, all of you guys. There are 18 crazies here. James, 19. Count me as well. I'm the one who wakes up 5 a.m. every single day. So, yeah, 19. Once again, much love to all of you guys. You guys are awesome. We got WrestleSome saying Teddy would have the same player. You know it. You know it. It would be nice to see Teddy Long over here, though. I've got a lot of respect for Teddy. Because Teddy, he went from being a referee to being a very important person in wrestling and SmackDown history, holding the role of a general manager and whatnot. Teddy Long is a very important person in wrestling's history. He in that era where people were quite racist, in an era where people were quite unacceptable of outsiders, Teddy Long fought hard, and he opened doors and windows of opportunity for a lot of people in our generation. So Teddy Long, he felt and he went through a lot of resistance, and he still is a good man. He's a good man. So I've got a lot of respect for Teddy Long. He's a great guy. I'm very happy that he's actually in the WWE 2K24 game. I don't know if that means much. I don't know if that opens up doors for a return for him in the company, but I'm happy to see him in the game. He deserves it. All right, who's going to be the next one out? Wow, they're really pushing 2K24 here. Look at that. All right, it is Tiffany Stratton. Interesting. I was thinking, what if she wins? But her podium is the first one to open up. So she's entered number 3, very early in this match, which really reduces her chances of winning this whole thing. Yeah, Tiffany's not winning at all. She entered this match way too early. She looks good as she rolls around the ring here, but she is not winning, guys. She's not winning. We got Mustafa here. Good to see you, Mustafa. Welcome. You're right, WrestleStorm. Teddy would say the same. AJ, I want to see Liv win this. Me too, Andy. My pick here is also Liv Morgan. I really want Liv Morgan to win. Tiffany winning would be a nice surprise, and so would be Naomi. But I think Liv Morgan's going to win, and she should win. Once again, Liv Morgan, this is her 5th Elimination Chamber match. More times. She's entered this match more times than anybody else in WWE history. She's not won one chamber match, ever. So she should win. Not just for the sake of going to WrestleMania and fighting for the title, but also for her own reputation. 5 times, no wins is not a good look. Liv Morgan must win. And who else do we have here? We got Mustafa. Much love to you once again. You wonder how did it not make this chamber? Surely they didn't transport that from America. We heard that they were trying to transport it through the sea, right? But then because of pirates, literally, Triple H said because of pirates, it caused some delays and they had to transport it, I believe, from UAE or something. So they had to take a detour. So apparently pirates got in the way, if you were to believe what Triple H said. Let's give good prayers for Maurice. Oh, you're right, Andy. Of course, prayers go to Maurice. We're hoping that she stays healthy. And here we are now. Naomi back in control here. Becky Lynch in trouble. Tiffany Stratton, who is literally in her first ever chamber match, also in trouble right here. Now Becky Lynch grabs Naomi, lifts her up, and tosses her across the ring. It is so good to see Naomi back in the WWE, though, really. I missed her. Naomi is such a personality. Her charm, her charisma is unmatched. So it's very good to see her back here. She really is good. Yes, always blame always blame the pirates. It also creates a good story and a nice headline. So, it's quite convenient to say that, pirates caused the delay. I don't know if that actually happened, but it's nice to say that. Yeah. I still feel Becky is damn thin. No, you're right. She is thin. She is thin, but as long as she's healthy, good for her. With that being said, a big kick right here to the side of the head. Oh my goodness, Tiffany Stratton here, pulling a John Cena. She's got both Naomi and Becky up on her shoulders. Naomi slips away. Tiffany hits her with a kick, sends Becky Lynch down, and one more time, a big slap to the face of Naomi. Naomi in trouble. Tiffany lifts her up again, and she goes down hard. Wow, Tiffany Stratton here showing off pure strength and determination to not just win this match, but also impress and awe the fans. Tiffany Stratton showing off that she's not just beauty, but she's also brains and power. Naomi, though, with the double pin on Tiffany and Becky, both the ladies kick out. Becky refuses to gain some weight. You know it, True. You know it. She refuses that, yeah. Yeah, again, I don't see Raquel Rodriguez winning. There's literally been no push behind Raquel at all. It's been quite bland. For that reason, I don't see Raquel winning. Bianca has done it already. She's already wrestled for the title at Wrestlemania. So has Becky. For that reason, I don't think it's gonna be Becky or Bianca either, which leaves us with only 3 women: Naomi, Liv, or Tiffany. Out of which I think Liv wins. Yeah, let's see. Who's going to be the next one, as we are now once again back with the countdown? Who is going to be entering the matchup next? 6. If I'm not wrong, last year the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view took place in Saudi Arabia, right? Interesting. All right. It's gotta be Raquel, right? Oh, it says, wow, it's Liv. Interesting. The 2 ladies, out of the 3 ladies, the 2 that I thought were going to win this match, actually, no. All the 3 ladies who I'm thinking either one of them can win the match are actually in the match already. Naomi, Liv, and Tiffany, all 3 of them are already in the match, which is not a good sign, because if they get tired already, they won't make it to the finals. And Liv is going right after Tiffany. Look at that, she really is angry. Liv is not holding back. She's literally torturing Tiffany, smashing her into the walls, the glass walls of the chambers. Liv Morgan is ruthless here tonight. There you are, big elbow strike to Becky Lynch, sending her away one more time with a back breaker to Becky. Man, if you go that hard on Becky Lynch, she's literally gonna break. And a code breaker to Naomi. Liv Morgan tonight is something else, guys. Liv Morgan is not kidding around here. That's crazy. I like that. Repeated bum attacks here from Liv Morgan to both Becky and Naomi in their respective corners of the ring. And a knee to the face to Naomi, and a knee to the face to Becky Lynch. Liv Morgan is literally not kidding around here, guys. Code breaker one more time for the second rope to Becky Lynch. She goes for the cover, and Becky with the kick out. Now we've got Tiffany with the stomp to Liv going for the cover, and Liv kicks out at a 2 right here. So usually during pay-per-views, I'm eating pizza, drinking soda. Today I'm drinking coffee. That's literally my life, Jonathan. Now you know the life of AJ as a wrestling fan. You know it now. Good morning once again, Jonathan. AJ, Nick Nemeth, new IWGP Global Champion. Nick Nemeth is making some noise, brother. It's great to see what he's doing. Also, Mustafa Ali is the new X Division Champion of TNA. It's great to see these former WWE stars refusing to stay down, going out there and making their whole new story. It's good to see that. They're touring the world. They're doing what they like. They're making noise. I got a prediction for the men's chamber. Brooklyn Joker, great to see you. What's your prediction? Let us know. By the way, Becky Lynch one more time sends Tiffany Stratton down into the chamber wall. Oh my goodness. Look, you've got to go easy on Tiffany. This is literally her first chamber. And you're already showing her the very evil, the very dangerous side of the structure. That's not very good. But Becky Lynch here is not going easy on her. Man, one thing's for sure, Tiffany also. Quite strong. Quite a talent. Liv Morgan grabs her from behind, was going to go for the German suplex. Tiffany Stratton gets away. Elbow strike to the head of Liv Morgan. She steps away and sends Tiffany headfirst into the second turnbuckle, followed by a stomp to the back. Tiffany in big trouble. WrestleStorm says, Naomi, I must be behind. I see. Holy crap. Naomi's down. Tiffany with the cover on Naomi, and she's out. Thank you for that, Wrestling Storm, but you're right. Naomi has been eliminated. It made a little sense the way she got eliminated. That seemed a little bit, I don't know. Maybe Tiffany was a bit slow at covering her, but it did not seem as sudden. You know, it felt like Naomi had some time to actually recuperate and get back here. But she couldn't kick out, and as a result of it, she's out. She's out of the chamber. She is not going to WrestleMania, at least for the world title. Logan Paul wins tonight because of what happened last year at Chamber. He cost Seth Rollins a shot at the United States Championship when it was on the line inside the chamber. That's very interesting, Brooklyn Joker. Now, that's very interesting. Look, I don't know if WWE actually thinks, Vince McMahon used to say this, that fans don't have a long-term memory. Yeah, he used to say this. So, Vince McMahon would never do this because he would think, oh, nobody remembers what happened last year. But who knows, under the new management, they might actually cook something like that. Again, you say Logan Paul's gonna win. For me, it's a little hard to see that because Logan Paul is a U.S. champion. So why would the United States champion win this match and then fight at WrestleMania for the world title when he already has a title to defend? So for that reason, I find it hard to imagine Logan Paul winning this thing, but we'll see. Let me know what you guys think, though. It's an interesting theory, Brooklyn Joker. By the way, Raquel Rodriguez is here, and she's looking to break Becky Lynch's back, which is possible considering how thin she is. If I was Raquel, I wouldn't be playing around. That's right, Andy. Naomi is indeed out. And Tiffany seems like she was going to go for the code breaker, but Raquel Rodriguez grabs her. Tiffany has got her thighs locked in. Oh, in trouble. And Raquel one more time, just smashing her skull into the chamber wall once and twice. Tiffany is really feeling the effects of this dangerous chamber structure. Gary says, you're right, Andy. Becky not only lost the baby weight, she lost a little bit more. You're right about that. Very much so. Very much so. Mustafa says, I like to see the Rock versus Cody at Elimination Chamber, winner facing Roman. I would have liked to see that too, but it was just, they could have done that too. But the whole WrestleMania press conference was so confusing. We watched it live over here, and I was just confused as the press conferences went on and, it just came to an end. It was very confusing and it was very sudden, very abrupt. It really felt like they wanted to change the plans of Rock versus Reigns at any cost. It just was weird. And even right now, even like 4 weeks after the press conference, we are still scratching our head at why did The Rock come back? What is he going to do at WrestleMania? If The Rock is not fighting Roman Reigns, what is his story? Where is he going? Right? It's so confusing. We'll see. Roman says going for Tiffany. It would be crazy if The Rock were to surprise everybody and enter the chamber because he can and win the chamber and then go on to fight Seth Rollins for the title. It would be nuts. It's not going to happen, though. I think we know it's not going to happen. We've got Jonathan says there will be a meltdown if Paul won it, including it from myself. From me too, brother. From me too. By the way, all the ladies here look to pin Raquel, but Raquel kicks out, throwing them all away. I'm going for Tiffany, says Broman. Man, Tiffany here is showing a lot of strength, Broman. You're right about that. She's really showing a lot of strength here. And she's been impressive. Her first chamber match, she's been killing it. But we are still left with Bianca Belair, who's still in that podium. She's still fresh, ready to go, and there's a lot of people's favorites too. I don't think it's going to be Bianca or Becky, though. My vote goes down to Liv or Tiffany, and out of the two, I think Liv's going to win. Liv came in with such heat, right? She went after Tiffany, smashed her head into the podium over and over again, then went after Becky and the other lady. I mean, this lady, Liv Morgan, is not holding back tonight. That's for certain. At night 1, Logan Paul puts his U.S. title on the line, and the night 2, Logan Paul set runs for the world title. Let's see, brother. Brooklyn Joker, let's see. Interesting thought. We'll see. Jonathan is not going to be happy, though. By the way, Bianca Belair is going right after Tiffany. Man, Tiffany is, sadly, she seems to be everybody's target tonight. And if Bianca is, what the hell did she just do? Bianca, it seems like she locked Tiffany in that chamber, in that podium. And if I was Tiffany, I would just stay there until the last woman is left, and I would come out very fresh, and I would pick up the victory. And what Bianca just did over there is literally so favorable to Tiffany Stratton herself, and if Tiffany is not dumb, she would not come out of this. Oh, there you are. And Tiffany crawls out of the podium. Come on, Tiff. Should have stayed inside instead. And we've got Andy says, Becky and Liv team to take down Raquel. Yep, that's right. And here we are now. Tiffany and Bianca with a tug of war. Tiffany sends, oh my goodness, spine buster to Tiffany from Bianca. And Bianca looking good, by the way. So easy for her. Jonathan says, I've said it before, The Rock should have won the Rumble and not Cody. I second that. They diminish it, guys. I mean, really, they have, with their poor booking and their very predictable, painfully predictable booking, in my view, they have diminished the importance of the Royal Rumble match, the Money in the Bank match. Yeah, these two matches, they have really diminished the importance of these matches because of bad booking and very predictable finishes. These matches are supposed to be unpredictable. These matches are supposed to give us that surprise. They should have that surprise element to themselves, but unfortunately, they do not. So poor booking is the reason for it. You know, hopefully that's going to change, and next year we're going to be surprised with the Royal Rumble match and the Money in the Bank too. We're going to find out. Anyways, a big DDT here to Raquel from Bianca Belair. Raquel Rodriguez in trouble. Should get pinned easily now. Damien should cash the Money in the Bank. Definitely going to happen. I think Seth Rollins is going to get a big taste of deja vu when Damian Priest cashes in his briefcase. You know, I absolutely see it happening. You know, if he hasn't done it so far, there's no way he's not doing it at WrestleMania. He's still saving it for that moment, and he is cashing in. I think so. Jonathan is going to be a Logan Paul fan when he fits. All right, Brooklyn Jicker, we're going to find out if Jonathan is going to turn into a fan or not. It's going to be interesting, though. He says, when hell freezes over. We're going to find out. We're going to find that out, brother. By the way, Tiffany here once again going after Raquel Rodriguez. Liv Morgan, while all of this is going on, she is resting. She's relaxing, which is why she's winning. Liv Morgan will win this match. That is for certain. That's for sure. She's going to win this match. All right. Man, Liv Morgan up on the podium here. Is she going to be pulling off a Jeff Hardy stint? Oh my goodness. Oh wow, look at that. She breaks Raquel Rodriguez literally in two halves. This is over. It's time's up for Raquel Rodriguez indeed. And now Tiffany and Becky are fighting on top of the podium. Man, I've got to say, Tiffany is so new to the main roster, but she feels like she belongs here. And her performance tonight has been that good. Really, her performance along with that very mean girl kind of a gimmick or character, it all just feels like it belongs. She's a good addition to the main roster, I've got to say. She's a good addition to the main roster. Yes, Andy. Yes. It's going to be quite memorable. You know, Sting himself has been given the power to, you know, construct the match according to his own wishes, his own needs. He's been making the calls to his old friends, including Kevin Nash. Kevin Nash had to refuse because the WWE did not allow him to go to AEW for that match. So Kevin Nash will not be there, but hopefully some other, you know, people from the past are going to be there at that match. So it's going to be good. It's going to be quite a sweet night, without a doubt. You're right, James. Wow, Tiffany, indeed, is going to be earning a lot more fans tonight. You know, if she already does not have 1 million fans tonight, she's going to have 1 million more. Yeah. No, Mustafa, I don't know. Do you want me to play 2K24? Because based on my absolute disappointment from 2K23, and I would say even 2K22, and my disappointment with all the footage that they've released when it comes to 2K24, I have made up my mind that 2K24 will be the first ever WWE game that I will actually not purchase. That's what I was thinking, because I am so done with 2K and their crap. But do you want me to play the game? I mean, if you do, let me know, guys, in the comments, because you guys can change my mind. Wow, Tiffany's eliminated, guys. Liv Morgan eliminates Tiffany Stratton, and would you look at that? Liv Morgan is a fan favorite. People love Liv. But Tiffany won those people over so bad tonight, Everybody has turned into a Tiffany Stratton fan, that Liv Morgan eliminates Tiffany and people start booing Liv Morgan. That's crazy. Liv Morgan, otherwise a fan favorite, but Tiffany Stratton, nobody wanted her out. That is crazy. Without a shadow of doubt in my mind, Naomi is out. Look, Naomi is out. Tiffany Stratton is out. There's no way that Liv Morgan does not win it. Liv Morgan is winning the Elimination Chamber 2024, and that's for certain. I saw that, Brooklyn Joker. You think that Logan Paul is going to win Jonathan over? We're going to find out. We're going to find out. Yeah, WWE always so petty. Think they own everyone. Tell them what they can do. That's right. That's what I'm saying. 2K24 is literally 2K23 with a few more matches. 40. Their showcase mode is 40 years of WrestleMania with 21 matches. Should be 21 years of WrestleMania instead, shouldn't it be? You know, it makes very little sense to me. The Royal Rumble match that they're having this year, I compared it. If you look at my comparison video, SmackDown vs. Raw 2011, compared to 2K24, you know, PS3 versus PS5, they did the Royal Rumble match a lot better 13 years ago, and now it's a downgrade. You know, it's crazy. Those things, they really annoy me a lot. Brooklyn Jokers also says, I'm not ordering it. Yeah. I know, Andy, I'd rather play these retro games, to be honest. Much better. Wow. Raquel Rodriguez, by the way, with a double power bomb here to both Becky and Liv. And now from behind, Bianca Belair looking to finish Raquel Rodriguez. I think Raquel Rodriguez, I thought she was going to be out of this match quite early, but she managed to stay in. But this is going to be it for her. That's right. It's the end of the road for Raquel Rodriguez right here, and she's out of it. Raquel Rodriguez has been eliminated just like that. They've left a lot of the floor area empty. Are you not surprised to see that? I'm very much surprised to see that. There are such few seats in the floor area. I don't know why. Because, you know, WrestleMania, when I went to the MetLife Stadium, I was also sitting in the floor area, and literally the entire floor had seats. It was all over the place. But over here, a lot of the floor area is actually empty. There are no seats over there. They could have easily filled that up. I'm wondering why they left that empty. Anyways, that's right, Raquel gone indeed. Brother WrestleStorm says Bianca Liv remaining. It's gotta be Liv Morgan. She's gonna win. She's winning for sure. Yep. The WWE games are too easy, especially in the matches, story mode, etc. There's no challenge. It's not just that, you know. Now if you look at the games that are coming out for, you know, next gen consoles, that's like the PS5, they are completely next level, right? You pick up any game and you compare it to the WWE games, the WWE games still feel like they're made for the PS4, not PS5. And that's because 2K refuses to stop making games for the PS4 because of greed, because of money. You know, it's been about 4 or 5 years since the PS5 was launched. Why are you still making games for the PS4? It makes zero sense. They should give up on that console already. And until they do that, literally, the games are not going to improve. And that's that. And WrestleStorm says, Becky is still my pick. I like that. All right. By the way, a big backbreaker here from Liv Morgan to Bianca Belair, now kicking her out of the ring on the steel structure. Liv Morgan seems like she was going to go for the Hurricanrana, but Bianca Belair grabs her and sends her headfirst into the structure, into the wall, the steel wall. Liv Morgan is down. As Bianca Belair now turns her attention to Becky Lynch, Liv Morgan slips out of the steel. I feel like these two ladies are going to tear each other apart, and Liv Morgan will be there to pick up the pieces and win this match. Liv Morgan's going to win, guys, I'm telling you. I know True says Fight Forever is still fun to play, and that's the thing about Fight Forever. If you get into that game, right, you press play and you can play. 2K24 or 2K23, you get into the game and then you have to somehow pray to God that you don't end up in that My Faction mode or, you know, any other mode, and you get to the exhibition mode and then you choose your match and blah blah blah. It's a whole process, guys. It's tedious. It's tiring. It's tiring. I hate saying that because, you know, I grew up a big fan of WWE games, it's the reason why I turned into a WWE fan because of their video games. But look at that. Look at us now. You're right, Jonathan. That's right. Liv Morgan still my pick, says Brooklyn Joker. B2. My pick still remains Liv Morgan. Less crowd, maybe. Well, 50,000 people is what they're advertising. We don't know if that's going to be the exact number or over-exaggerated. But they're saying that 50,000 people are expected to be here tonight. And with that being said, Becky Lynch takes out both Liv Morgan and Bianca Belair on the steel floor right there. Oh, by the way, 1 second, guys. We've got a little bit of a glitch. 1 second. This should be okay, I guess, now. Sorry for the glitch, guys. Yeah, this should be okay. Cool. Coming back. All right, we're back here. Sorry about that. We're back. Wow. Liv Morgan looked to pin Belair, and Belair kicks out. Bianca Belair kicks out. True says WWE teased Rock and Roman versus Cody and Rollins, and he has wasted it. Yeah, I feel like it was just a way for them to sell tickets, you know. All those reports that Australia wants The Rock. Australia wants The Rock, and the match is going to happen. Maybe all those reports were rigged. And the WWE wanted to make this noise so that they can sell more tickets. Possibly the case. Because if you look at the Chamber pay-per-view match card, you've got 4 matches officially on the match card as of right now, on the main card. And it's not that intriguing of a show. You know, for it to be held in a big stadium, there's not enough star power, I feel. But we're going to find out. GTA games are sort of realistic, but in these WWE games, I mean, you look at, you're right, Jonathan, great comparison. Look at the GTA 6 trailer. It's miles apart. It's miles apart. And there you are, Liv Morgan with a superplex to Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch takes it hard. Bianca Belair now. Yeah, Becky Lynch is out of it for sure. Becky Lynch is out of it for sure. By the way, Becky Lynch gets her knees up, so Bianca Belair also took a lot out of the 450 splash. Now Liv Morgan is remaining to pick up the pieces. She can easily get in there and pick up the pieces like Iana. She can do that. No improvement in characters, not trying to make them like humans and not animation. You're right, Vedam. There's been no improvement in the character models in 2K24. That stadium looks good. Definitely looks good. And you gotta love how you can see the skyline, right? That drone shot. You can see the beautiful Perth skyline. Great. Excellent. Thank you, Andy. I don't know, Brooklyn Joker, if they're going to have Rock wrestle on Raw or SmackDown. We'll see. Holy crap. Liv Morgan, once again, with the code breaker. I've seen code breaker or jawbreaker. I mean, she's been doing a lot of code breakers tonight. You know, I'm a big fan of code breaker as a move. One more time, a code breaker to Becky Lynch. I like that. Is she going to do it again? Becky Lynch throws Liv Morgan on the top rope. She's now landed on the steel floor. Now, one more time, it is Becky and Bianca fighting for their life. I'm telling you, Liv Morgan, like Iana, is going to get in there. She's going to pick up the bones, pick up the pieces, and she's going to win. Wait a second. Liv Morgan with a roll-up pin on Bianca Belair, and she gets her out. She's out. Bianca Belair is out. Becky Lynch with the rock bottom to Liv Morgan. Don't tell me it's happening. Screw it. Oh, come on now. What the hell? I was not expecting this crap. This is a load of crap. Come on. What? How many times are we going to have Becky Lynch fight for the world title at WrestleMania? Why do we need this right now? Why do we need... Okay, all right. Yeah, you're right, WrestleStorm. You, James, and True, you were all right when you said Becky Lynch was going to win. I was like, that's crazy. Why would you say Becky Lynch? Liv Morgan literally had all the momentum going into this match. She did well. All those code breakers, everything, the way she started off the thing. Liv Morgan should have won this match. It would have made her career. But Becky Lynch is already a megastar. Liv Morgan kind of hangs in the middle of being a megastar and a star. She's somewhere in the middle, and this match could have solidified her as a megastar too. But Becky Lynch, they had to pander to her. They had to, I don't know. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. The hell. The hell. That's all I can say right now. The hell. That's right. Oh dear. Becky Lynch for the victory. No, the title is not on the line here tonight, true, and that's because not everybody is here because it's still quite early, so it wouldn't be fair for the title to be on the line tonight. But the title will be on the line next pay-per-view. Wait a second. Look at that. Look at that. Becky Lynch is victorious. Good for her, I guess. Good for her. Let's see. Jonathan says, what if, if Becky Lynch is good to WrestleMania, then Drew McIntyre is winning tonight? Again, Drew McIntyre got a pretty big victory last night on SmackDown, right? So, classic theory, if you're winning on the go-home show, you're definitely losing on the pay-per-view. So, taking that very classic theory into account, he cannot win tonight. Oh, 1 second, guys. My camera is kind of acting up right now. 1 second. I will have to give my camera a little bit of a rest here. So just hold on 1 second. All right, this should be fine. All right, guys, I'm here now. We've got a little change in cameras. So my camera that we use for the studio is heated up a little bit. So we're just going to give it a little bit of a rest. And until then, we're going to be using the classic webcam. So we just saw what happened, guys. You know, the big victory. Becky Lynch is going to WrestleMania. So that's that. I'm surprised. I was really hoping it would be Liv Morgan, but Becky Lynch is the one who's going to WrestleMania. Let's see. WrestleStorm says Becky versus Rhea sounds good to me for the title at WrestleMania. Definitely. If she chooses Rhea Ripley, then it's sweet. Let's see. You know what I want to see? 1 second, guys. Just 1 second. All right, so that's that. Let's see. We've got Brooklyn Joker says, you know what I want to see up in the men's chamber? Logan Paul jump off a pod and Randy Orton catch a game with an RKO of the pod. That would be nice. It could actually happen. You know, Logan and Randy can actually do some magic in the chamber, without a doubt. Yeah, the women's elimination chamber match wasn't that exciting, and that's what I'm saying. You know, it's good. The pay-per-view is good. You know, the matches are good. But it doesn't feel as big of a pay-per-view that deserves a stadium. It's a stadium show. It's a big show. It's a big deal. But the matches, they seem to be subpar. I mean, if we weren't talking the chamber, the matches are kind of subpar, and that's my problem with this pay-per-view tonight. But Orton was the last man standing last night, I see. Well, Orton is definitely not winning, right? I don't know. I don't know if he's going to win. So let's see. I mean, I would be happy with Drew McIntyre picking up the victory. You know, he could win. And then he could win the title at WrestleMania and keep it warm until CM Punk returns and wins the title whenever he chooses to return and go after Drew. So that would be something as well. The women's chamber wasn't that exciting, Andy, once again with that comment. Bayley commercial. Yep, Bayley commercial indeed. Bayley's not here in Australia herself, so she's here in spirit and via commercial. I like that. But according to the match order that I believe Jonathan shared with us earlier, was it Jonathan? I believe it was Jonathan. So according to that match order, the match that should be coming up next is Judgment Day versus Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne. By the way, we're so happy that he's no longer called Butch, right? We're so happy that he finally got the name Pete Dunne back, as he should have never lost it. Glorified episode of Raw. It's true, you know, I would say you're right. It is kind of a glorified episode of Raw with the addition of Elimination Chamber matches. If this pay-per-view did not have the Elimination Chamber, it just would be a very, very average pay-per-view. I mean, really. Yeah, there's no major star power. Again, if The Rock and Roman Reigns show up, then we're talking something big, right? Then we're talking something memorable and deserving of a stadium. But otherwise, I still feel it's a subpar pay-per-view. Gotta find that out. Judgment Day is winning without a doubt, brother. I agree with that. True. I definitely agree that they're winning. By the way, I have to say it once again. It is so good to be here and be talking with all of you guys. Yeah, I miss you guys very much, you know. Was watching wrestling with all of you guys. It's great to be here and great to be talking with all of you once again. Thank you so much for being here. Rampage was pretty solid last night. By the way, speaking of Rampage, always a solid show. Collision is going to be going head-to-head against WrestleMania, Night 1, which is interesting. I don't know if this has ever happened. I don't think it's ever happened, but it's happening this time around. Collision will be going head-to-head against WrestleMania Night 1, which is, again, very interesting. Let's see how that goes. Let's see how the ratings and everything are going to be. It's not going to be a live episode. Instead, they're going to be taping it on Wednesday. That's after Dynamite. But it will be airing head-to-head against WrestleMania. You know, we could be looking at a very interesting rating coming in from Collision. We'll see. We got Judgment Day, Water Effect, Men's Chamber, then Rhea's main event. Yeah, Rhea Ripley main eventing tonight. Main eventing indeed. Of course, you get a lot of these tourism commercials. They're pitching in Western Australia tourism, and that's because this is what it's all about, right? That the tourism board brought the WWE in so that they could promote their own country, promote the tourism of the country, and attract people to Australia. This is what it's all about. It's quite similar to what Saudi Arabia does, right? But Saudi Arabia has gone a step ahead. How many of you guys have actually checked out that WWE Experience Center that they've opened in Saudi Arabia, where you can go in, and I believe it's a proper building that's dedicated to the center. And it's going to be an everyday thing. You can go in anytime and you can, live the life of a WWE star, make your entrance, look at the exhibitions and whatnot over there. It's quite cool. And it seems like the match order is indeed right. The match that's happening now is Judgment Day versus Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate. Me too, WrestleStar, me too. It would be nice to visit that place. It would be very nice. Actually, you make me think, WrestleStorm, what is that next Saudi Arabia show happening? Saudi Arabia WWE 2K24? When is it actually happening? Do we know? Let's see. So, 2024 calendar, we have it here. So, you know what? Interestingly, we don't know when they're going to Saudi Arabia next. So right now we are in Australia. Then, of course, April, the next pay-per-view is going to be taking place in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. Then May, they're going to be going to France for the Backlash event, Backlash France. Then it's going to be back in the US for Battleground. Then they're going to be going to Canada for Money in the Bank. And they will stay in Canada for NXT Heatwave. And then they're going to go to Berlin, Germany for Bash in Berlin. So it's quite interesting because we're looking at the calendar and literally from February, April, well, March, of course, is not happening, but April, May, so June is in this calendar. June is the only month without a pay-per-view. I'm not sure if they're going to be squeezing something in there. They don't need to. But if they do, June is the only month that's kind of free before August. Because until August, they're busy. So Saudi Arabia, are they going to be squeezing something between Backlash and Money in the Bank? We'll see. Quite interesting. Quite interesting. Jonathan says, I can't say I have any plans to go to Saudi Arabia. I see that, Jonathan. I'm going to go with the Judgment Day, says Gary. Yeah, me too, brother, without a doubt. Judgment Day definitely going to win. And Rhea Ripley not here with these boys tonight. You know, she is a star of her own tonight. And she's going to be keeping the best for last. Again, your thoughts. How do you feel about WWE using very, very simple stages now, right? Under the TKO administration, they are cutting production cost. They're cutting cost, their expenditure on stages. They're cutting in on the LED floors and all that stuff. They don't want to spend that much on stages anymore. They feel like they can keep the stage simple and instead spend on stuff that's important, such as bringing in mainstream stars, movie stars, The Rock, celebrities, and whatnot. So let me know what you guys think about this decision to cut down cost on the production cost. Let me know. And let's see, we've got True saying lots of international travel. November is Survivor Series. You're right. You're right. And True says it's a smart move. Yeah. One thing's for certain, like, I mean, a lot of people are still hoping that they would bring back the fist or they would bring back, you know, stages with like props and whatnot, but it's not happening because it's much more easier for them to have LED screen and throw in any graphic that they want on there, you know, instead of having props, and they will like have to like get the props around from one place to the other. It's just a lot more expenditure, travel expenditure, whatnot, and they don't want to spend that in this day and age with technology. And that's why we're never going to be letting go of the LED stages. LEDs here to stay forever, forever. Oh yes, true, November is Survivor Series, that's right. So I wonder when the Saudi Arabia thing is going to be happening. Bobby Roode chooses not to be in the ring. That's right, you're right, Andy. Glad you brought that up. I actually forgot to mention that. So Bobby Roode is cleared once again. You know, usually when somebody is cleared, it's a big news and it's all over the place and the wrestler's super happy, the fans are excited. But Bobby Roode has said, yes, I've been cleared to return, but I have no plans to return. You know, I'm doing what I love doing. I always wanted to get into the production side of things. That's why I even returned to the company. Now at 49 years old, I don't think that I should be wrestling now. So Bobby Roode basically said, yeah, I'm cleared. I can wrestle if I'd like to, but I'm not going to do it. So that's that. His choice, good for him. Let's see. And he says, that's what Anthem does for Impact. That's right. Anthem's very smart with their expenditure. They choose to run their shows in smaller venues for saving money. They save money with the stages as well. That's what they do. You're right about that. They're very smart, you know. That's the only reason why TNA survived and is now doing so well. Because there was a time when Impact Wrestling was nothing. 2015, 2016, you look back at the news, Impact Wrestling, they couldn't pay their talent. Lots of their stars were working for free or they were working without pay until Impact could pay them eventually. So they went through some tough times, but it was their business mind and their smart decisions that they're still here. And let's see if I'm expecting a 30-minute entrance from Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. Yeah, definitely, definitely. Well, Dominic here, getting booed by Australia once again. Hey, Dominic with the boo. Sorry, guys. All right, we're back, guys. So what I was saying there was that. Thank you, guys. That was me. I accidentally hit the mute button. So what I was saying was that had this still been Vince McMahon and Kevin Dunn's WWE, you would have seen the blue light all over the fans because Elimination Chamber's color this year is blue. So you would see blue light all over the crowd by this point. But, you know, because it is TKO and they want to present this as a sports show, you know, as somewhat of sports look and not just an entertainment show, they're kind of going easy with the lights. So, you know, in the closed environment, you have the white light on the audience now and not the blue or the red. And in a stadium, you see that the audience is pretty much in the dark, right? So they are giving this a look of a sport event, not an entertainment event. So it's a whole different perspective here. Rude is younger than The Rock, RVD, and Sting, but he says he's still too old to wrestle. I think Rude has found a comfortable spot for himself where he does not have to go out there. Because, let's be honest, he wasn't a success in the main roster. So if he even comes back, you know, I believe he knows that he's not going to be, you know, up there in the card. So he has found a spot for himself where he's finding success as a producer. And he's respected as a producer. He's got some job security. And I feel like that's why he's happy and he wants to stay there. So good for him. You know, he's making the decisions for his career. Smart decisions, I would say. And let's see. Since WWE in Australia, they should have Luke Williams of Ship. That would be nice. And you know what I was saying? I would definitely would have loved to see the Iconics here in some fashion. But it seems like that's not going to be happening either. You know. But I loved the Iconics. I really adored them. I thought they were fantastic. Once again, you can see the beautiful skyline of Perth from the stadium above. Beautiful. So WWE's car, yeah, it seems like it, sure. It seems like it. The TKO brand, they want to give WWE more of a UFC kind of an approach. But, you know, they're trying it. And so far, the fans like what they're seeing. The presentation change, they change the lighting and everything. For the fans, they seem happy. So we'll see. You're right, Andy. And how did you guys feel when that whole UFC thing happened this past Monday night, where Conor McGregor got called out by his fellow UFC star? How did you feel about that? You know, I knew that it was a matter of time before UFC stars would cross over and would come to WWE and, you know, vice versa. And it's already started to happen. I'm not sure if the WWE stars are going to go into the UFC thing anytime soon. But of course, they can always come here because it's the WWE. And, you know, that's possible and that's acceptable, I guess. But we're going to find out if Conor McGregor is actually going to be appearing at WrestleMania. They could do that too. You know, they could pay him a nice chunk of money and they could have Conor McGregor at WrestleMania too, if they'd like for him to. After all, same company. And the Beer Money was a good tag team back in the day, says Gary. I see that. It's somewhere in Australia right now, isn't it? Yeah, it must be pretty damn hot now. Yeah, it is quite hot here, so definitely. So at the moment over there, it's about 69 degrees Fahrenheit. So it is quite hot. You know, considering it's evening time, it is hot. All right, once again, Dirty Dominic doing dirty things as he stays here ringside. Damien Priest, though, looking to crush Tyler Bate right here in the corner. And a tag made to Finn Balor. Finn Balor with a stomp to Tyler Bate right on the shoulder. UFC sucks, says James. I like that. Mentrude, yeah, get that true. I agree with you, Andy, says Gary. Yeah, some of Rude's wild moments were with Sting. Again, you know, Sting, I really wonder who is he going to bring back for his last farewell match. We already know that Kevin Nash was invited, but he had to decline because WWE would not allow him to show up in AEW, so that's that. But, you know, it's quite interesting that WWE wouldn't allow Kevin Nash to go to AEW, but they were okay, you know, having Chris Jericho send his best wishes to John Cena, and, you know, who wrote Dog showing up at the Hall of Fame. They were okay with all of that. They were okay with AEW stars showing up. and AEW staff members and stars and talent showing up in WWE shows, but they're not okay with WWE people going to AEW, even if they don't appear on TV regularly. It's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. Very interesting. I see Jonathan quite cold over there, brother. More UFC fighters are crossing over Montez Ford once fighting the UFC. He should stay there in the WWE. I would not suggest UFC to him. WWE is petty. Yep, it kind of shows you that, right? It kind of shows you that. And here we are now. The only promotion that they play cool with is Impact Wrestling. That's it. And again, even with Impact, only Impact stars show up in the WWE. It doesn't happen the other way around last match, right? And Tyler Bate now Pete Dunne now in control. You know, to be honest, my eyes are kind of hurting because I'm so used to see the light on the fans. I'm so used to seeing the fans' faces. But we can't see that in the dark right now, can we? Barely. And I'm kind of not used to it. Yes, it's kind of cool that, you know, all the attention goes to the ring, but we're used to seeing fans holding up signs, right? Fans reacting to stuff. But now with the very dark environment, you cannot see any of that. So it kind of destroys the point of also having fan signs. I think that with this approach, we are truly entering a different era in pro wrestling and WWE. Truly. Barely look at their faces. Had this been, you know, around 10 years ago, we would have never had the Undertaker Shock guy, right? Or the Brock Lesnar guy. We would have never had people like them. All right, stomp right here from Finn Balor. Damian Priest tapped in now. Priest getting in over here, running over to Tyler Bate, looking to squash him in that corner again, but Bate gets away, and now he's grabbed Damian Priest, trying to pick him up on his shoulder. Man, Tiffany Stratton would have picked two Damian Priests on her shoulder easily. Tyler Bate can't pick up one. But jokes apart, Damian Priest now with a kick to the side of the head of, I was about to call him Butch. And he goes down one more time with a big. It's over. Now he kicks out. Tyler Bate kicks out. The match still continues. Pete Dunne is already on the floor. Lots of trash talking here from Damian Priest. Yes, Andy, yes. We're going to be doing Revolution, 100%. Going to be doing Revolution. 3rd of March, right? Staying place on 3rd of March? Yeah, got to be doing that. You know, I was quite upset when I realized that we missed Hard to Kill. What was the show last night? Did Impact have a show last night? I saw some clips of it. But anyways, guys, all the specials we're going to be doing, and if I ever forget that there's a special happening, like from Impact Wrestling, or even, you know, any other promotion, just let me know, just message me if there's a special happening and you'd like for me to watch it. We know we're always going to be doing specials. You're right, Andy, this match is definitely being stretched a little too much. And you know, what would you expect from these people? They only have 4 matches on the card. So they have to make every single match long. Like it or not, they're going to make them long. And now Tyler Bate is taking Damian Priest over for a swing here. Spinning him around, center of the ring. Damian Priest in trouble. And no surrender, that's right. Thank you for that, True. I saw the clips of it from social media, and I was like disappointed in myself that I actually missed it. So sorry about that, True. But anytime in the future, if there's a TNA show happening, I'm not aware of it, just let me know. We're gonna be doing it, brother. And here we are now with Tyler Bate making a tap to Pete Dunne. Wow. halfway through this match already, or I thought we were going to get into the end of the match. But seems like Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate are gaining momentum. Dunne going for the cover on Finn Balor. Dirty Dominic with the dirty things again. He grabs the leg of Finn Balor and pulls it under the rope, causing a rope break. Dirty Dominic and his dirty tactics continue. Thank you for that, Andy. Wow. And Dominic Mysterio, Dirty Dominic, has now been ejected from ringside. He has to head to the back. He has been ejected from the ringside. So thank you for that, Andy. Triplemania this year is going to be taking place after WrestleMania, 27th of April, 15th of June, and the 12th of August. Triplemania 32 this year, April, June, and August. Definitely going to be watching it together. What's happening? My screen totally went black here. I'm not too sure what happened, if it blacked out for you as well, but totally blacked out for me. I could not see a thing. Alright. And I don't know what happened. Why did it black out? Pretty sure the lights did not go out over there, but it blacked out, and now that we're back here, Finn Balor seems to be back in control of the match, taking out Pete Dunne. Black screen indeed, James. No, Andy, it's totally free. No, it's totally free. And, if you have Instagram, definitely follow, because I believe, not boasting here, but I really try to maintain the quality of my Instagram, very hard. And I feel like it's a great source of wrestling news that you can find on Instagram. I really take a lot of pride in saying that. Yeah, so definitely follow me on Instagram, brother, for all the wrestling news. Thank you. One more time here. Man, Perth looks beautiful. Great drone shots here from the WWE, by the way. Very good. Look at the sky as well. It's so dramatic, the sky. Excellent. Beautiful. The match is going pretty long, though, right? This match, I did not expect for it to be so long, but holy crap. And it's dark inside the arena, is it not? TKO, really. Wow, showing its colors. And Pete Dunne now to the outside. Damien Priest grabs him. Seems like he's going to be, oh my goodness, chin first into the edge of the ring. Literally the apron. Pete Dunne is down. He's not getting back up over here. Damien Priest was trying to throw Tyler Bate back into the ring. Tyler Bate bounces back. Hits Damien with the clothesline. Was gonna hit Finn Balor with the clothesline too. But Balor one step ahead. Going for the cover on Tyler Bate now. And Bate kicks out. Lights went out. Well, lights went out. Interesting. It blacked out for a few seconds indeed, Andy. It did. It really did. Alright. So the Judgment Day now looking to put this to an end. Finn Balor tags in Damien Priest. Damien Priest lowering the straps. He's looking to finish it. That's okay, Andy, my brother. That's all right. Wow. That was quite botchy, but Tyler Bate hit Damien Priest with the Hurricane Run out of nowhere. Damien Priest was supposed to just fling into the corner and hit Finn Balor accidentally. Instead, Damien Priest waited for a few seconds and then went to the corner. So it was a little bit botchy right there. Not the smoothest stuff, right? But okay, now we've got Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate together looking to take out Damien Priest. Damien Priest grabs him by the throat. Was going to go for the double clothesline. Both the guys were able to reverse it. They hit them with a sucker punch in the face, and now looking to take Damien Priest out. And they do. Wow, very close call, very close count. But Damien Priest still kicks out. Very interesting. Wow, look at that. That is crazy. It's got to be it. Predictable finish of the match. A very long match. Maybe longer than it needed to be. But, at the end of the night, they are still champions. At Judgment Day, they are still champions, and they are going to be going to WrestleMania as tag team champions. Good for them. Good for them. WrestleStar, my brother, absolutely WrestleMania. That's what I think it's going to be happening. Damien Priest has to cash in at Mania. And he's going to be cashing in, I believe, on Seth Rollins, giving him a taste of his own medicine. I think it's the perfect time, the perfect opportunity for him to do so. If he's waited this long, he has to do it at Mania, I feel. Yeah, really does. And I see, because, the next Money in the Bank pay-per-view is also inching closer and closer. The next Money in the Bank pay-per-view takes place July 6th. So, we're not too far away from his contract expiring. He must cash in before July. Should do it at WrestleMania, if he were to listen to me. But no surprise Judgment Day victory, exactly. No surprises here, absolutely not. 2-0, 3-0, James, good stuff. Again, a very predictable, very, very predictable show tonight. You guys all predicted Becky Lynch except for myself. We'll see how that goes. But seems like, after this very long match, we are actually going to be going to the segment, the Grayson Waller effect. After a little short break, what's going to be happening up next is going to be the Grayson Waller effect. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully there will be some surprises in the Grayson Waller effect. There haven't been a lot of those tonight. But, James said that he predicts, we could have The Rock show up, we could have Roman Reigns show up. And I'm hoping that happens because, surprise element is missing tonight. So I'm hoping that happens. But the Grayson Waller effect is coming up next, guys. That's right. Yeah, I hope so too, brother. Andy says this event is vanilla, and I agree with that. With that being said, guys, I'm going to take a little break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned, and just enjoy. I'll be right back in like a couple minutes. Thank you. All right, guys, thanks for being so patient, and here we are. I'm back again. Sweet. Once again, they're showing us entirely new camera angles, even when they shift the focus to the commentators. Entirely new camera angles here. Very interesting. And it's indeed right, the match order is right. And coming up next is the Grayson Waller effect, which they're calling the biggest Grayson Waller effect ever. I wonder how does The Miz feel about this, because, usually all these big talk shows used to go to The Miz TV. But now Grayson Waller is the new Miz, it seems, right? All right, let's see. We got Jonathan says, do you need a visa to travel to Australia? Yeah, we do need a visa to travel to Australia. We do. Let's see. AJ, when are you starting your podcast again? Great question. So for the podcast, as I said, we are going to be having some big guests. The first guest that we're going to be having, once again, which is the season 2 of our podcast. The last season, the last guest that we had on the podcast was Kurt Angle, right? So, and after that, we did a few live interviews with Gunther and whatnot. But now we're starting up season 2 of this podcast again. And this time, we're going to be starting things out with a former WWE announcer, broadcaster. Mackenzie Mitchell is going to be joining us for the first episode of our podcast. And she's going to be talking about a lot of stuff, controversial stuff, not so controversial stuff, both the things. Talking about Vince McMahon, talking about women being treated in the WWE, how they're treated, talk about NXT, talking about their rivalry with AEW, and more. Mackenzie Mitchell is going to be here very soon, and she's going to be spilling some beans. So that is going to be exciting. Miz is actually busy wrestling. You're right about that. Hey, I haven't seen Grayson Waller wrestling a whole lot. That's true. True, you're right again. Haven't seen a lot of wrestling from the Grayson Waller. The Miz did both, actually. You're right about that, right? The Miz, when he hosted Miz TV, he still wrestled. Grayson Waller, we don't see all that too much. Damn, Gary, I bet you'll do better at Wrestlemania, says Andy. I like that. Gary says, Andy, the last review, I couldn't hit a beer in the rump roast with a 2. Okay, that's sweet. Okay. Oh. Again, the whole thing is so confusing, right? We watched that kickoff show together, the press conference. It's so weird. So Triple H on Twitter announced that I'm removing The Rock. It's such a big decision, right? He said, I'm removing The Rock from the main event of WrestleMania, and I'm giving you Cody versus Roman. And The Rock was okay with that, it seems, right? Like, if I was The Rock, and if I was such a bad guy, and Triple H were to do something like that, I would at least reply to him on Twitter. Or I would show up on SmackDown the next day, or I would use my authority to fire him. But I did none of that. I waited for 3 weeks, and then I'll come back next week on SmackDown to talk. What is happening here? The whole press conference and the fallout from the press conference, hard to believe. Very hard to believe. We'll see what happens. Oh yeah, and the Versace jacket. I'll show up in a Versace jacket and it's gonna be all it, right? Okay. Jonathan says, what is it with these wrestlers and they're having their own talk shows? They think they're Jelly Springer or someone. Well, it's WWE. What can we do? It's not just them having their own talk shows, but now all the wrestlers are broadcasters or anybody who gets released or who wanted the company. If you look at the statistics, at least 50% of them end up having their own podcast or on their own show. So everybody likes having their own shows these days, and that's the truth. Yeah. Yeah, Mackenzie Mitchell also has a YouTube channel, recently started a YouTube channel. We talk about that as well. Apparently, it was a project that she pitched to the WWE, and more details of that are in the interview as well. And here we are, Austin Theory, who is helping Grayson Waller out in the biggest Grayson Waller effect ever. We'll see how this goes. The always annoying Austin Theory. Perhaps the first time, this has to be the first time that people are actually standing on their feet for Grayson Waller and cheering him. And he's happy to be here. Look at Grayson Waller getting that hometown hero treatment, wearing that Australia flag on his shoulders. Grayson Waller looking happy as he makes his way out. Rocky's working the slow burn. Let's see, brother. Let's see. I'm very much confused by the whole Rock thing. Let's see. We've got, I hope that KO makes a whipping boy out of Grayson. I hope so too, brother. Hope so too. Triple H won't be in WWE next year, says Andy. Let's see what happens, brother. I mean, if Triple H leaves, right, the WWE is a whole different company then. Like, who else do you have from the McMahon era? You know, of course, Vince McMahon is gone. Stephanie McMahon is gone. Shane McMahon was never even here. And even Triple H, if he were to leave, literally the company goes to entirely new hands. And who knows, maybe Nick Khan will be the next one to leave, you know? You never know in the world of corporates and whatnot, you never know. But Chris, man, what do you guys feel about this tradition of drinking beer or wine, I think that's beer, from the shoe? I think that's absolutely disgusting. I really find it absolutely gross. But I guess that's a tradition there. I'm not sure. I was very surprised to see Rhea Ripley doing it and Grayson Waller doing it, and now I'm seeing a fan doing it. But what do you feel about this tradition, guys? I mean, who are we to, you know, I don't know. Let's see, Grayson Waller effect in full force. Nasty, true, that's right. You know, there's no other way to put it other than nasty, you're right. Nah, Gary, I don't see it happening, brother, you know. I don't think that he will start another promotion. I really don't think so. But the Aussie chants over here are funny. Jonathan says, are there any updates on the McMahon-Lesnar situation? So the most recent update that we actually have is that McMahon and Lesnar are out of WWE 2K24, which I feel is a very big move over here. It really tells you that they're serious about this whole thing. So both Brock Lesnar and Mr. McMahon or Vince McMahon, they're out of 2K24. So really, they're getting that Chris Benoit treatment. Yeah, that's that. As long as the shoe is clean. Well, you know, yesterday, the video that I saw, Rhea and Grayson took their own shoe off to drink out of it. So I cannot imagine the shoe being clean. So that's that. Suri says, I think it's gross to drink from the shoes. Yeah, I think so too. But again, their tradition, who are we to criticize it, right? I guess. Levesky to AEW confirmed. If that happens, brother, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. I mean, can you imagine Hunter and Tony Khan working together? That will be crazy if that were to happen, you know. Triple H on a mission to destroy his own baby, what he started. he's gonna end what he started himself, right? I mean, there will be a whole story, will be a whole drama. Fantasyland, it would be nice. All right, Seth Rollins also getting a pretty nice ovation here from the fans as he comes out. I don't know what he's wearing. That set of sunglasses. I don't even know what to say. Something only Seth Rollins can wear. Really a very sports-centric approach here. We did, you know, in the report that I saw, I did read that they wanted to give us a lot more fan shots, and you can tell that they're really going in with the fan shots. Lots of fan shots we can see as Seth Rollins makes his entrance. Lots of them. Lots and lots of them. It's nice. It's a very sports-centric approach. The direction has changed completely. Broman says, have a good night, AJ. About to pass out. My brother Broman. Sleep well. Take care. Have a good night. Yeah, Elimination Chamber hasn't been that great of a pay-per-view anyways. Have a good night, brother. Rollins is dressed normal, except for those... That's the pair of sunglasses he's got on. Something crazy going on over there. You're right, Riti. That's funny. What if they're wearing a sandal? Yeah. Jonathan says, I feel you, bro, man. I feel you too. Look, it's not even like super late for me, but I feel you guys too. I'll tell you that. All right, 50,000 strong here. They will not stop singing along with Seth Rollins. He's wearing his third eye glasses. Should not take it off then, right? That's funny. Wonder what kind of innovation and receptionist Cody Rhodes gonna get. You know, we heard the fans singing along to his music, singing his theme song actually yesterday during the press conference at the instructions of Triple H. So let's see if the fans are gonna be singing along to Cody Rhodes too tonight. Yeah, sure, yeah. Being awake before the birds never fun. I actually like it, you know. I remember it so clearly during the pandemic. You know, you never realize how the time flew by, and sometimes I would be up and awake, and then I would realize, oh, the birds are chirping. Oh, it's morning already. So the pandemic's funny. It's funny. Yeah, it was funny at that time. And it's also happened to me millions of times while doing those watch-alongs, you know, that the birds start chirping and I'm still watching wrestling. Yeah. And Cody Rhodes here now. When the fans are loud, singing along to Cody's theme song. We are indeed getting a lot of fan shots, lots of them. Even during the vote, this tells you that TKO is so serious about their sports-centric approach. Even during the vote, they did not actually pan the camera back to Cody. The camera stayed on the fans. It tells you a lot about their sports-centric direction and where they're taking this whole product. Yeah, and Cody now interacting with the fans as he comes out here. I hope that they stop calling the fans the WWE Universe. You know, I really hope that they stop calling it that because that's so cringy. I'm feeling my eyes getting heavy. I understand that, James. I get that totally. It'll be nice to, you know, if we were to, you know, if this was a match, I think we would all be happy. But it's a segment. It's a segment featuring Austin Theory and Grayson Waller. So I don't know. It'll be nice to see the reception Rhea will get. Oh, absolutely. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Rhea Ripley is a megastar. James, my cup of coffee is the size of a pin. That's funny. All right. Cody taking his time as he comes out here. Again, the only thing that's going to wake people up right now is The Rock and Roman Reigns coming out here. Literally, that's the only thing that's going to... James, do you still think that they're going to show up? You know, James at the start of the stream said he thinks that The Rock, Roman, they might show up. Do you still think so, James? Let me know. If this match turns into a freaking tag team between Austin Theory and Grayson and these two, I'm going to quit. But I really don't know how are they going to find a way to make this thing entertaining. Nobody likes people coming out just to talk. There's got to be something in here, right? There has to be something. Is it going to be The Rock and Roman coming out and interrupting the segment? Because I really hope so. Otherwise, this wouldn't mean much, right? It would mean nothing. And we've got fireworks for Cody. We did not have fireworks, by the way, for the winner of the Elimination Chamber match. But we do have fireworks for Cody. Tells you what the star power that Road possesses, right? Crazy. And James says yes. Again, there's no other way I feel like this segment can be entertaining. I don't know. If I wasn't the fan, if I was in the crowd right now, I would really hope that something more than just talking happens, right? There's got to be something more to it. All right, let's see what's going to be happening now. They're surely milking it. They really are, Andy. They really are. They took their time with Cody Rhodes' entrance. They gave him all the time in the world. Hopefully, it's going to be worth the wait, worth the patience. Absolutely, Jonathan. Hopefully, this is not just a segment. Hopefully, it's something more than a segment. Let's see. Wow. And Australia stands up to acknowledge Roman Reigns. I like that. Okay. They really are testing our patience here, is it not? I really wonder what this segment is even for, you know? I'm really confused here. Rock and Roman are due Solo and Jimmy appear and take them out. I don't know. I mean, just like Jonathan, you said earlier, this segment could have very easily been saved for Monday. What is so special about it that it's taking place tonight? Wow, Perth, Australia here with a Rocky Sucks chance. Are you guys listening to that right now? That's crazy. You're right, Jonathan. I'm not a fan of this pay-per-view at all so far. You're right. Jay and Jimmy, they're expected to have a match at WrestleMania. Look at Austin Theory over there standing like a dum-dum. Like, why is he even here? What's the need of Austin Theory to be here? That's the question. They don't even have a seat for Austin Theory. Is that not very demeaning to him? What's happening here? Exactly true. This is beyond me. They traveled all the way for a talk show? This makes no sense. This segment is of no importance right now. As it stands, is of no importance. And if it only ends with these four in the ring, maybe just hitting a few punches here and there, it's so stupid. You know, Jonathan, Jay has really proven himself that he can actually be not just a better wrestler, but also a more charismatic personality. Jay has won a lot of fans by himself. Jimmy, what has he done the past year? Jay has stepped out of the shadows of the Usos, of the tribal chief, of the bloodline, and he's made a man out of himself. Jimmy Uso, on the other hand, has been a sidekick to Solo Sikoa. It's not great. You're right, true. What's going on here? So he came over to Australia knowing that The Rock's not here, and then he decided to challenge. He didn't do that when he was in America. He didn't do that when he was on SmackDown. Oh, a tag team match, right? Man. Well, I guess WrestleMania Night 1, Rock and Roman versus Cody and Seth. I am so confused. You're right, Gary. It's just... You're so right, Jonathan. It's not been great. What the hell is going on here? I know, true. The only thing that's missing this whole thing right now is Teddy Long. What the hell? It's so bad. It's actually funny. What is going on? What in the world is going on? I thought that was quite funny that he kept saying, if you smell, as he had his head smashed into the board. That was funny. Grayson Waller just... yeah. He's okay with it happening. He's okay with Seth and Cody taking on Austin Theory. Man, this was so bad. That was so bad. This was a terrible segment. He did not make this announcement that he wants to fight The Rock while he was in America, while The Rock was in America, while The Rock was on SmackDown. Cody did not say a word. He flew down all the way, thousands of miles away, to the other side of the world in Australia to issue a challenge to The Rock when he knew that The Rock was not in Australia. Coward. I really don't know who booked that, but that was pretty bad. That was quite bad. That was a terrible segment. I thought it would be terrible, but I had no idea it would be so terrible. That was a bad segment, guys. Yeah, that was a terrible, terrible one. Anyways, let's take a look at what people are talking about on Twitter. Are they happy? Are they not so happy? Let's see what people on Twitter are saying about that segment. Let's see. So we are here, and as you can see, Cody tells The Rock, cannot wait to see what The Rock's response is next Friday. So Cody still hasn't told us why he said not at WrestleMania. Exactly. He never addressed that part, did he? And we have... how do you get Rock versus Cody before Mania? No shot, it's on TV, and I feel like you would just challenge him for night one, but maybe that's Rock's counter. He did say until he faces... Exactly, I think... I do think it's going to be Rock and Roman versus Cody and Seth night one. I think so. Yep. This was a waste. It was a total waste. James, the whole pay-per-view is a waste, brother. It's a bad... Sorry to say it's a bad pay-per-view. We're done with the women's chamber match. We're done with the tag team titles, women and men. We're done with this segment. The only two things that are remaining is the men's chamber and the Rhea Ripley match. Let's just get away with it as well. It's a bad pay-per-view. Oh, come on. This did not need to be a stadium pay-per-view. It's not good. It's not good. Sorry to say that. You're right, Andy. You're right about that, brother. It doesn't matter now. Cody has his WrestleMania main event. He does. And he might have... this year, he could have not one but two, WrestleMania moments. Night 1 and night 2. Had it not been for the pandemic, right? I think it's worth a thought, right? Had it not been for the pandemic, we would still have one night of WrestleMania, which would make sense. But because of the pandemic, we now have this format of 2 nights of WrestleMania, which I absolutely despise. Of course, they're happy because it makes them more money. But, I feel like one night was worth it. I remember one night of WrestleMania, I used to book my little screening room that I had in my apartment building. It was a theater, and I used to book it, reserve it for the night, and we had a blast. I used to order pizza and snacks. I used to call people over, and literally from 2 p.m. until 12 a.m. or so, WrestleMania used to be long, one night only. It was a blast. It was like a full day of WrestleMania. It was amazing. But now we are living in a world of 2 nights of WrestleMania, which is not my cup of tea. Gotta say that. I didn't wake up... Gary says, I did not wake up at 4 a.m. for this. Exactly, brother. I feel ya. And Gary says, this has been 50 minutes of my life I cannot get back. I had a feeling that this segment was going to be a total waste, but I had no idea it was going to be so bad. I thought, we might at least get a tag team match out of it, but no, not even that. So that's that, Gary. It has been a bad pay-per-view, but guarantee when it's over, WWE Sims will call it great. Brother, it's bad. I don't know how will they defend this pay-per-view. The only good thing about this pay-per-view, I've got to say, what I loved personally was Liv Morgan's performance at the beginning, her code breakers, and Tiffany Stratton. Like, she really was shining in that chamber match. Everything else has been bad. Really, I mean, the outcome of the women's chamber match, I was not happy with it. The tag team match, I wish I had not seen it. The segment, I wish it would have never even taken place. Hopefully the men's chamber match is gonna turn this pay-per-view around for the better, not worse. An absolute shambles so far this match. I agree. So far, this has not been worthy of a PLE. Exactly. And especially not inside a stadium. It's like a hype for nothing. And I feel bad for the people who would have bought like hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars of tickets to be there. And one night of WrestleMania should have never changed. Exactly. One night was great. I'll tell you though, when I went to WrestleMania, this is a funny story, but WrestleMania 35, when I went there, right, that day, I woke up quite early, got ready and everything, and then I texted my friend JTG, right? And I said, hey, I want to meet you guys. When can I meet you? And he said, oh, we're going to be here at this hotel doing a signing. Can't remember the hotel's name, but it was somewhere in New Jersey, somewhere close to the actual MetLife Stadium. So I said, okay, I'll be there. So at that time, in the crime time, they were doing the signing. I was on their way there. The JTG texted me, hey, brother, we just got out of the hotel. Now we're going to the Bullet Club party. So meet us there. So I went to the Bullet Club party. And, I'll tell you, I'm a little like, when I went there, I saw all these like big dudes and these people with the big beards and like bikers and everybody, like you badass people basically. It was a big group of these badass people in the Bullet Club party, and they were wearing the Bullet Club t-shirts. I felt like I had entered a cult of Bullet Club. It was crazy, and I was like, I believe I was the only one who was wearing like a John Cena shirt or something. I can't even recall what I was wearing, but I was not wearing a Bullet Club shirt, right? So I totally felt out of place. And everybody knew everybody. It felt, and I just knew nobody. I was there all by myself, so I was just in the corner waiting for JTG to show up. Talking to somebody on the phone, and then JTG and Shad Gaspard, they walk in. God bless him, and we took some pictures. We met. It was nice being there. Then we had a little shuttle bus that went from the Bullet Club party to WrestleMania MetLife Stadium. I got on the shuttle. It costed me like $20. That was okay. We got to the MetLife Stadium. 2 p.m. I got there. I had the floor seats, right? So I did not have to go up or anything. I had the floor seats, which WWE, provided to me, which was great. And even for those floor seats, even through an express entry, I had to stand in a queue, and it was a long queue to get in because we all had to go to security. And we stood in the queue for like an hour, guys. And 3 o'clock we got into the building. 3:30 we made it to our seats. And I believe the show began, almost abruptly. It was still daylight, and you had the pre-show matches. I believe the Andre the Giant, the Women's Battle Royal, whatnot happened. And by the time it was all over, 12:30, midnight, Becky Lynch pinned, and she got the victory. And literally, as soon as the 1, 2, 3 happened, we ran out of the stadium. Like, it was a big stadium. I knew it was gonna be like chaos outside. We literally ran out of the stadium. I turned around. I saw Becky Lynch holding up both the titles. It was great. I wish I would have stayed longer for the pyros and whatnot, but we had to run out. I ran out, and sadly, it started to rain. It started to rain literally. Had the show exceeded like 10, 20 minutes more, it would have rained at WrestleMania. But it started to rain soon after. And there were like lots of people booking Uber, and there not being enough cars, and sadly they did not even have like the facility to provide I would say shelter or a waiting area for the people, for the fans. It felt like the fans were literally kicked out of the stadium, and they were forced to stand in the rain waiting for their cab. I had to wait for my cab for more than an hour, and even when I got my cab, there were people who were still waiting. Hundreds of thousands of people still waiting. I got in the cab, and I don't remember a thing what happened after that. I fell asleep. And I remember being woken up when we arrived at the hotel. So, I was tired. But still, I will still say that one night of WrestleMania was fun. Better than 2 nights. Even though I went through the very exhausting one night live, it was still worth it. It was still good. I've never fallen asleep in a cab. And I would not recommend it. I still don't remember what happened when I got in the cab and I got out of the cab. I don't remember a thing. I fell asleep, but I would still not recommend it. All right. Honestly, I want Lashley to win, but Drew is winning, says True. Let's see, brother. Drew McIntyre has become a meme lord. Let's see if he actually wins. Kevin Owens coming out. I would love for if Kevin Owens wins, I'll be happy, very happy, and I'll forgive TKO and WWE for what a terrible pay-per-view this has been. I'll even forgive them for that terrible Grayson Waller segment. I'll forgive all their sins tonight if Kevin Owens wins. I would love for Kevin Owens to win. Also predicting Drew to win, only one that makes sense, says Jonathan. It does make sense. You're right about that. Going Drew, says James. Everybody says Drew, okay? James also says Drew. Well, Rhea main eventing the event, she better keep her belt. She will, brother. There's no way. Just like I said earlier, there's a bigger chance of me and all of you guys with me flying to the moon tomorrow morning for breakfast. Than Rhea Ripley dropping her belt tonight. It's not happening. It's not happening. The people in Australia probably think this is the best thing since sliced bread. That is funny, Gary. That is hilarious. Oh, Kevin Owens, though, shaking up the chamber wall. Man, Kevin Owens is furious. He should save that anger. He should save that aggression for the actual match. It seems like he's already taking it all out on the walls of the chamber. He's going to be tired by the time the match begins. He should save it. All right. Yeah, he should save that aggression. Too angry, Kevin. Too angry. Watching sunrise right now. James, that's beautiful, brother. Good morning. Ah. Our world is so beautiful, right? Sun goes down in Australia, it rises in America. We live in a beautiful world. God's creation. Fun fact, sliced bread was first sold in 1928. Wow, that random fact is way more interesting than this pay-per-view has been, Jonathan. I'll tell you that. Thanks for sharing that. Bobby Lashley coming out again. He's a powerhouse. He is a monster. He is loved by the fans. But he's been treated and booked so badly this year that we all know that he's not going to win this match, right? It makes no sense for him to win this match. It's so random. By the way, what's the deal with Jinder Mahal and the Indus Share guys? Are the Indus Share still? Are they still on the roster? It seems like the WWE forgets about them and then books them as they find convenient. Sometimes they forget they exist, and sometimes they randomly appear on Raw and you know, act like they're still a tag team or a trio. It's super confusing. Super confusing. Sometimes Jinder Mahal acts like, oh, he's done with wrestling. He's taking up a managerial role, and then he shows up to wrestle. It's super, super duper confusing. All right. I'm sure we all look at this chamber, you know, all the old timer fans and the fans who have been watching for years and years. We all look at this chamber and we all, like, somewhere inside, deep inside our hearts, we all miss that old chamber, right? That old chamber was a thing of beauty. This new chamber is a miniature form of that one. Yeah, that chamber was great. Yeah, Jonathan, just like I said, Omos is like a staple. He's a spectacle. So they will have Omos and who else? Braun Strowman. Guys like Omos and Braun Strowman, they will appear when the WWE has to pander to the casual fans and the non-wrestling fans, right? But other than that, they'll disappear. It's crazy. I hope WWE guys didn't have to deal with the Australian giants. Oh my gosh, I've heard a lot about the giant spiders down there. Yeah, I hope so too. And Logan Paul now making his way out. Kevin Owens, of course, right away you can tell that there's a story going on over here. I think you can all tell that Logan Paul is most likely going to be fighting Kevin Owens for that U.S. title at Wrestlemania. So there's no chance of these two winning this chamber match, I feel. I know Brooklyn Joker thinks that Logan Paul is going to win, but I don't think so. We're going to find out eventually. Sami Zayn, on the other hand, says that there has to be a road to WrestleMania for him. It seems like every year he struggles to get to the WrestleMania event, but he somehow does. Let's see what is he going to be doing this time around. Sami Zayn has no clear path to WrestleMania, not even the chamber. No path to WrestleMania for him. Randy, that's right, Gary. I would like for Randy Orton to win. Let's see. A lot of the wildlife I wouldn't like to meet in Australia, Andy. What about kangaroos? Would you like guys like to go one-on-one with kangaroos? I've seen kangaroos in Australia. I've seen clips of them. They can actually throw a few punches, even on humans. It's crazy. I want the original chamber back. Me too, Andy. Me too, brother. Good times. Zayn versus Gunther. That'd be interesting. That would be interesting. I don't know if it'd be great, because it feels like a Raw worthy match. But let's see. Definitely. Hey, we don't absolutely. I would say, I don't know. It's a very slippery slope here. When talking about Brock Lesnar, absolutely disgusted with everything that he did, right? But the star power of Brock in terms of wrestling and wrestling only, the kind of an athlete that he was, Sami Zayn's not the same. So Gunther versus Brock, that was the plan. Gunther said it himself, right? That was the plan. That was the dream match. So Sami is not a great replacement for Brock. I hope that they can find somebody better for Gunther, because I feel like Gunther deserves better. He deserves a big and memorable match. Sami, unfortunately, is not that match. But let's see. But again, what Brock did, absolutely terrible. And if Brock is being banned from the company forever for that, I'm all in for it. I feel like what he's done is terrible. And by not banning him or not punishing him, you're only encouraging more, disgusting people like himself. So it's important to send across a message. Do Logan Paul fans actually exist? I don't know, Jonathan. A lot of people I see on social media drinking Prime. So I guess there is a fan base. I don't know why, though. Maybe that is the main event here. Roman versus Kangaroo. I'm going to go Kangaroo for the victory. It would be nice. Now we know why Vince was paying Brock so much. Yeah. Crazy. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. We all heard the reports that Brock used to negotiate with Vince McMahon by teasing him going to the UFC or teasing him leaving the company. We never knew what kind of negotiations they had backstage, and to think about it, it's just disgusting. It's disgusting. And Orton came out saying, by the way, guys, it's kind of controversial, but let's talk about this very quickly. John Cena recently issued a statement on Vince McMahon and the allegations made against him. Very flowery language, very, intellectually sounding statement. But at the end of the day, what that statement meant was that you're not guilty until you're proven guilty in court. A lot of people not happy with John Cena's statement, calling it insensitive, calling it something that he possibly can't see. Let me know what you guys think about John Cena's statement. Let's see. But this is a topic that not a lot of people want to talk about. I can tell you this because when I was interviewing this lady, Mackenzie Mitchell, NXT's broadcaster, I brought up the topic of Mr. McMahon. I don't want to spoil too much, but you could tell that they did not want to talk about it. Yeah, the interview is going to be an interesting one, guys. There's a lot of things that they don't want to talk about. The interview is going to be interesting. I felt like there's two ways that you can do an interview. You can make it nice and easy for the person that you're interviewing, or you can be absolutely unbiased, and you can ask them the question that they want to be asked, and you also ask them the question that the fans want answers to. And I chose to go down that path, and I will go down that path. I will ask anybody the hard-hitting questions, no matter if they like it or not. The season 1 of the wrestling show was nice and sweet, and it was nice and happy. But I have made it a point that season 2 of the wrestling show, if you're coming on the show, be prepared for some hard-hitting questions. Yeah, because I feel like people need to know the truth, right? Let's see. Especially after the whole Vince McMahon stuff, people should be aware of the truth. And don't be surprised if more wrestlers were involved in the Vince shenanigans. I know, true, it's sad. It's like, who do you believe? Who do you trust? Who do you support? That's the thing. It seems like wherever money is involved and big people involved and, these big celebrities involved, there's dirt. And that's sad. That's true, but sometimes people with a lot of money are proved innocent. Doesn't mean that they are. O.J. Simpson. You're right, brother. You're right. We all know the story of O.J. Simpson, those gloves and whatnot. We all know that. Cena's trying to, yes, he is trying to live like the Peacemaker. He should probably wear the mask too. Then we really won't be able to see him. And here we are, Drew McIntyre with, wow. Without the sword, he couldn't get his sword through the immigration. Actually, did you guys know that the sword that he used to carry around was actually a sword gifted to him by Mr. McMahon, who bought it from Italy, if I'm not wrong, or from Scotland, actually, I think. So it was a sword gifted to him by Vince, so he could use it in his entrance and whatnot. Now that Vince is gone, I wonder if he also took the sword away from Drew. Possible. McIntyre making his way out over here. I hate Logan Paul. But what I hate even more than Logan Paul is the fact that he can actually wrestle, So it kind of makes hating him a little bit unjustifiable, but, I still have to say it. So now we know already, guys, Drew McIntyre is opening the match. He's going to be starting the action along with LA Knight. They're going to be starting off with this Elimination Chamber match. But that doesn't mean that these guys cannot win. Becky Lynch also, I believe, started the match, right? She won, so anything's possible. I wouldn't mind seeing Gunther versus Cena. Brother Gary, I love you for that, I would love to see that match too. And when I met John Cena, I asked him that question. If you remember, during the media conference when John Cena came in as a surprise, I asked him that. I asked him, is Gunther your next target? To which he gave me a very politically correct answer. A very indirect answer, if you may. So, John Cena versus Gunther, I would like it too, but just taking a look at John Cena and his records lately, the fact that he lost to Austin Theory, the fact that he just loses anytime he comes back, it makes me feel like I don't want to watch Gunther versus Cena because I know he's going to lose again. Like, Cena comes back only for, I guess to pass the torch, but he's passed the torch so many times and he's failed at passing it that it just I don't know, it's not as important now anymore. Well, let's see. We'll see. Find out. The sword is probably being held as an evidence. Brother Jonathan, hopefully not. Big moneymakers fall, says Andy. You're right, brother. Drew was supposed to come out with his old song. I would have loved that, It was a good song. Broken Dreams. Shattered. Wait a second. Look at that. LA Knight making his way out. Let's see what kind of a pop does he get from the fans. Even though the stage is nothing crazy, and you can tell that they have not spent a lot on the production for the stage, it still works. It still looks good. Maybe you don't need the LEDs everywhere across the barricade or on the floor. Maybe you don't need all that LED screen. It looks good. The stage works. Gunther versus Lashley would be great, Jonathan. I like that. No, Gunther versus Lashley would be fantastic. I agree with that. And we've got Gary says, I guess Vince McMahon took his sword home with him. He's like, yeah, if I'm going with the sword. Probably. I wonder what kind of a relationship he now has with, Stephanie, and if those allegations affected their personal relationship. Stephanie McMahon already had stepped out of the company prior to those allegations, even last year. And she just has gone now from the company. So I wonder, what is the relationship like? Was she aware of any of this happening beforehand? I wonder. Also with his wife, it's his own wife, right? Gotta wonder. LA Knight seems pretty fired up. He's already on the podium over here, on top of Randy Orton. Randy Orton also quite excited to be here, it seems. Randy Orton is not going to win. Based on what we've seen so far, I have a feeling that Drew McIntyre probably is going to win. Also, James said it, and Drew said it, and Jonathan said it, and everybody said it. I think Gary Andy said it too. Drew McIntyre, it makes the most sense for him to win this match. So, for that reason, I guess it's safe to go with Drew McIntyre to win this match. Let's see. He wins this match. He wins at WrestleMania. Wins the title. Keeps it nice and warm for CM to come back. Yeah. All right. You can tell Drew McIntyre towering over LA Knight here. So much taller than LA Knight. Literally making him look like a dwarf right now, is he not? It's obvious they're going to have Sammy take the belt of Gunther at WrestleMania, which is stupid. Jonathan, I don't want to say... James, I'm sorry. I don't want to say that Sammy sucks. I think that he's a nice guy. But I get your point. And Gunther's title reign is historic. Let's not forget, he's the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion in history. Sami Zayn was the worst. I'm sorry if I'm being a bit too honest right now, but Sami Zayn was one of the worst Intercontinental champions that I've ever seen. His title reign was boring, and it made that title feel so repulsive. I did not even want to look at the Intercontinental Championship while Sami Zayn was champion and Shinsuke Nakamura was champion. I hated it. So I agree that Sami Zayn is not the guy who should beat Gunther. Absolutely not. Priest leaves Mania as world champion. I totally see that happen. You're right. I forgot about Priest. You're right, brother. I feel like Priest will become champion. He's going to give Seth Rollins a taste of his more medicine. I do see that happening. Absolutely, brother. All right. Let's see. Yeah, that's true. That was a conspiracy theory, Sami Zayn. Hopefully this time it's going to be a different fire under Sami Zayn. We're going to find out. But Drew McIntyre with a nice chop across the chest of LA Knight. Yeah, true. I like Sami Zayn as a wrestler, as a person. So let's see. Drew McIntyre now has LA Knight up on his shoulders. I wonder how many times has Randy Orton appeared in Elimination Chamber matches. Let's see if I can actually find that out. How many Elimination Chamber matches? Because he's been in a few, right? Okay, that's crazy. So, this is so weird because Michael Cole, when Liv Morgan was making her way out, he said it very clearly that Liv Morgan is entering her fifth. He said it's not one but twice, right? He said she's entering her fifth Elimination Chamber match, which is the most for any person to enter. And I just Googled it very quickly. How many times has Randy Orton been in Elimination Chamber matches? And I found out, right? I'm gonna zoom it on in this. Chris Jericho and Randy Orton hold the distinctions of being involved in the most Elimination Chamber matches to date, 8, and Jericho has eliminated the most wrestlers, 10. So, Michael Cole, thank you for the misinformation, I guess. All right. Okay. Had Braun Breaker not signed with SmackDown, I would have seen him take... Exactly, I would have liked that too. And, you know, we saw Braun Breaker kind of taking the spot of Brock Lesnar in the Royal Rumble match. I was expecting for him to fight Gunther, but it seems like that's not happening. Yeah, DM Punk. Man, Drew McIntyre's hatred for CM Punk is so funny. By the way, Kevin Owens, from within the podium, they are trying to beat up Drew McIntyre. That is so funny. I see, true. Yeah, probably some confusion there on my part then. Well, good for Liv Morgan, but also not so good for her, because even the 5th attempt, she couldn't do it. I really thought that she was going to win the Chamber, but no. By the way, let's not forget it was the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view. The Elimination Chamber match where a few years ago, it was Bray Wyatt who actually won his first world title. It's very sad. You know, Bray Wyatt, of course, he's gone, but he's not forgotten. Not forgotten at all. The fans miss him every single day. And here we are now, LA Knight. Sorry, guys, 1 second. The camera glitching up again. Just 1 second. And Kevin Owens gets in here just like that. So basically, my camera is a bit like me. It needs the air conditioning on. And, you know, right now we're in the weather where it's not too hot, but it's also not too cold. So it's not suitable for air conditioning, which is why the camera gets heated up and it just turns off after a couple of hours of using it. But it'll be fine after a few minutes of rest. So that's that. Is Linda McMahon new? I assure you, everybody knew. You're right, Gary. The whole thing is such a mess, right? Triple H's response, you know, the night after the acquisitions, when the press reporter asked him if he has read the lawsuit and if he knows about the acquisitions, he said no. He said, no, I've not read them, which was an absolute lie. But, you know, what can you do? Again, we've got Drew McIntyre, who has Kevin Owens up on the top turnbuckle. Kevin Owens in trouble, and he fights Drew McIntyre back. They're going for those big shots, each other's head. Yep. Much love once again, Mr. D saying, Andy, much love. And we've got Drew McIntyre up on the second rope here. Looks like he wants to go for a superplex, but Kevin Owens not going to make it happen. Not going to let that happen. McIntyre back on the second rope. Absolutely true. He has to have read them. And frog splash from Kevin Owens from the top rope. Go for the cover on McIntyre, but DM Hunk, Drew McIntyre, kicks out. He should really start calling himself DM Hunk and get DM Hunk merchandise and everything too. I think that would be hilarious. Andy, you'd hope not. It's such a mess. But again, what to say is that rich people and the stuff that they do, you never know. It's a different world altogether, right? It's crazy. Yeah, true. All those, looking back at Stephanie McMahon, I was looking at a press conference that the WWE did for some event back in the day, back in mid-2000s. And a reporter asked Vince McMahon, why does he not buy Impact Wrestling and save the company from their own misery? And he said to Vince in front of everybody, while Stephanie was sitting right next to Vince as well, he said to Vince that Stephanie has more brains than Dixie Carter does. And I was like, what? And everybody laughed, and Vince McMahon laughed, and I was like, what? Like, how do you say that? How do you say that? You're not praising Vince's daughter by saying that in her face, by the way. That's quite a sad statement to make about a woman, right? But, Vince was okay with that, apparently. And Vince has, said stuff about even Steph. We cannot forget about the angle that he wanted to do with when he wanted to be the child of her daughter or for her baby. Or then later on, he wanted Shane to be the the father of her baby. Yeah, he's come up with some very weird ideas. Steph rejected those ideas, though, so you never know. We'd hope that she was not in on it, but you never know. Anyways, back here on the action, we've got LA Knight and Kevin Owens who are looking to go for a big superplex, double superplex right here on Drew McIntyre. McIntyre, is he going to be able to fight both of them guys off here? McIntyre fights them both off, actually. Headbutt to both LA Knight and Kevin Owens. They both fall off the second rope. McIntyre now looking to fly, and he does. Nice. And who's going to be the next one to enter the match? I think it's got to be Logan Paul. It's got to be Logan Paul, right? Oh, it's Bobby Lashley. Nice. Lashley comes in pretty hot over here. Anybody who actually is entering this match is going straight after DM Hunk. Brother True, I'm not going to call him Drew anymore. I'm just going to call him DM Hunk. It's so funny. Oh, wow. A big kick through to the face of Bobby Lashley. Lashley taken aback, but oh my goodness, belly to belly to Lashley. And once again, a beautiful belly to belly. Nobody does belly to belly better than Drew McIntyre does. His belly to bellies are something else. I love them. And has there been any mention about the Hall of Fame? No, not that I'm aware of. No mentions of any Hall of Fame inductions just yet, brother. Again, I feel like it's going back to the topic of 2 nights of WrestleMania. The fact that they have the Hall of Fame inductions right after SmackDown, same building, same crowd, same everything, it's not for me. It's not for me. I feel like it should be a different night. It should be a celebration of the legends. It should be a celebration of their career. But instead, you just want to squeeze it into SmackDown? You're not a fan. And NXT North American not champion. For me, is good wrestler. Sure, he's been that sweet. That sweet Andy. I haven't watched NXT in a while now. I should probably catch up. I know there are a few champions and a few people on the roster that I'm not even aware of now. I should definitely, catch up with NXT. There's been a lot happening. That's because a lot of the people that we used to watch and have fun watching in NXT 2.0 and the early, edition of NXT 3.0, or I don't know what you want to call it, all of those people have moved up to the main roster pretty much. So that's that. And here we are now, back first into the steel wall, and Bobby Lashley clothesline, sending Drew McIntyre back into the ring. Still cannot believe that tag team match between the Judgment Day and Pete Dunne and his friend was almost as long as the Chamber match. That match did not need to be so long. All right, now we've got Bobby Lashley. Oh my goodness, Drew McIntyre is I think we have got to agree, Drew McIntyre is the star of this match so far. With a tremendous headbutt to Lashley, sends him back. Lashley sends Drew McIntyre over the top rope. McIntyre holds on, punches to Lashley, punch to Kevin Owens, and now McIntyre looking to fly from the top rope, top turnbuckle, and here we are, spine butt. Oh dear. Wow. Well, what's happened, Gary? Chris Jericho, I believe, he's on camera on WWE television, has been, in some weird angles with Stephanie. I think we all remember John Cena spanking Stephanie McMahon too. It was on camera, but still weird. It's time for them to pull the best tag team ever in the Hall of Fame. That's Demolition. What do you guys think about The Rock going to the Hall of Fame? Now that The Rock is actually in the board of directors, he's not in the Hall of Fame yet, but you think he's going to be going to the Hall of Fame soon? I see, Andy. That's interesting. By the way, Maddie Rankowski is in NXT, which I'm very happy that she is, right? Maddie Rankowski is a great personality. I interviewed her. She's a very fun personality, very fun person, and I'm very happy that she's there. She is a character, guys. She is, if you guys are not aware of her, definitely check out, I think she's called Ren Claire. She's been given a very weird name, Ren Claire or something in NXT, but she is a fun personality. Like, she is charismatic, very annoying, but in a good way. Her character. She's good. She's a good-hearted person. So I really am excited to see Maddie Rankowski and how she actually progresses in the WWE. She's come to the right place. NXT is where she should grow and develop her skills. And hopefully she'll be good to go in the main roster. Right now, I cannot see her hanging in the main roster with these big stars that the WWE has now made. She's still, not that ready. But NXT hopefully will give her the ground to work on. That's right, true. That's right. I think we all remember CM Punk telling Stephanie, I know where that hand's been, right? I think we all remember that. Demolition should definitely need to get in the Hall of Fame. Indeed, Andy, I totally agree with that, James. Andy. By the way, Randy Orton with the DDT, only hurting himself in the process. Orton in trouble. So is Kevin Owens, also flat on the mat. On the steel floor. In the ring, we've got Lashley. By the way, no eliminations so far, so everybody who's entered the ring so far is still here in this match. There have been no eliminations. Lashley is still after Drew McIntyre. Me too, Gary. Me too. Very well deserved. Long overdue. Must happen. I agree. Lashley, one more time, running over. Wow. Poor DM Hunk. I'm pretty sure you all know why CM Punk called himself CM Punk, right? So CM has maybe it stands for two things, is what CM Punk said, right? It stands for Chicago made, which he now wants to use. But initially, it wasn't Chicago made. Initially, when CM Punk chose the name CM Punk, he chose it because he said it stood for Chick Magnet Punk, because he was so handsome, apparently. So CM Punk's CM used to stand for Chick Magnet. Later on, he started calling it Chicago Made. And Punk because the lifestyle that he chose. So CM Punk. Ren Sinclair, thanks for that, Andy. Weird name, I've got to say, but she is good. How have you liked her so far in NXT, Landy? Are you happy with her performance? Are you happy with the promos and everything? She's good. Oh my goodness, big DDT, by the way, on the outside. Drew McIntyre's head bouncing off the steel floor, and he is in trouble again. LA Knight. See what he's going to be doing? I know, brother Andy. I know. Nikita Lyons is somebody that I know people really want on the main roster. She's back in NXT, but so many people want her on the main roster. I think it's about time she's going to make it up there. Yeah. But this roster is so stacked at the moment, I think she should stay in NXT at least for a year, maybe a year and a half, before she makes a move. We just have Tiffany Stratton entering the new main roster, so, nobody else should follow her so quickly and overshadow her. So that's that. What happened to the pajama girl? I think she got fired, right? That lady? What was her name? Who was always sleeping? Shawn Michaels used to love her, and Triple H used to love her. I can't even remember her name now. She used to sleep all the time. What was her name, guys? NXT sleeping girl. I've got to find out. Sleeping. I can't find her name. How did I forget her name? It's so funny. Wendy Chu? No. Was it Wendy Chu? I can't even. Yeah, it was Wendy Chu, right? It was. Oh dear, so weird. So weird. But with Logan Paul's chamber is finally open, and Kevin Owens is not even going to hold back. He's not going to wait until Logan Paul makes his way out. He just gets inside the podium, and he's going after Logan Paul, smashing his head into the glass over and over again one more time. We already know where the story is leading. It's leading to a match at WrestleMania, Kevin Owens versus Logan Paul. That's what's happening, guys. Gary, she had child, and I see. Thanks for that, Andy. Thank you for that. I thought Phil said it stood for Chick Magnet. Yeah, Chick Magnet, Chicago made, both things. Yeah. Chick Magnet was the first thing that it stood for. Definitely. Wrestling-wise, Lions isn't ready. Yep. Still miles to go, I feel. But, of course, people love her for obvious reasons. I'm glad she's in NXT. I don't know. For me, to be honest, I think her outfit works. But for me, I feel like her outfit needs some work. I don't know. When I look at Nikita Lyons wrestling and her outfit, I don't know. I feel like it just feels a bit desperate for attention. I don't know. It just doesn't feel all that great. Maybe she will have a stylist, a WWE stylist or somebody look into it, because I feel like Nikita Lyons' outfit needs some work. Agent Nikita Lyons got injured again. What? Wait, did she not just come back from her injury? Is she injured again? That's sad to hear. That's really sad to hear. Wow, by the way, look at that, guys. Kevin Owens. Still no eliminations, though. Everybody, all 6 competitors still in this match. Kevin Owens takes care of Logan Paul. Lashley surprises Kevin Owens from behind. Sends him through the podium wall, by the way. Yeah, Kevin really loves playing with those podiums. Now, he has gone through one himself. Through that podium wall. Lashley could be the next one to go through the podium. As Logan Paul is up on his feet, pretty sure he's going to get away. Oh, he does not get away. And Lashley spears Logan Paul through the podium. That's crazy. That's crazy. Logan Paul is down. That is crazy. And the fans are totally behind Bobby Lashley. They're loving every bit of it right now. Her attire is subject to pop open every time. Exactly what I'm saying. It feels a bit too. I was just watching one of her matches, this a couple of days ago, just randomly on YouTube, and the first thought that came to my mind was that she's a beautiful lady, but her outfit, it feels a bit too desperate for attention. That, yeah, look at me, it feels a bit desperate. Maybe they'll stick to it, just like you said, true, because it's subject to popping up. I don't know, but it feels like maybe I'm the only one who thinks so. Let's see. Yeah, AJ, she came back and then got injured. That's terrible to hear. So she's very injury prone, apparently. That's not good. That's not good. We're hoping that things get better for her, because being injured ever so often is not good. Ask CM Punk about it. It's not good. But Drew McIntyre shocks everybody with Bobby Lashley's pin. And that's right. He has now eliminated Bobby Lashley. Drew McIntyre with the first elimination so far in the chamber match. I'll be right back, guys. We'll fix the camera. 1 second. Yes, we're good. All right. 1 second. Just 1 second. What the hell? Oh, that's a twist. Did not see that coming. Wow, that definitely did not see that coming. AJ Styles out of nowhere is here. A heel AJ. I can't recall when was the last interference in an Elimination Chamber match. The last one that I can recall was the one that I was talking about a few hours ago. Shawn Michaels interfering in the Elimination Chamber match to cost Undertaker that match. But here we are now with AJ Styles costing LA Knight the match. Seems like we know what's going to be happening at WrestleMania. It's going to be AJ versus LA Knight in a non-title match, it seems. There we are. McIntyre picking up the pieces, and DM Hunk has done it again. He has eliminated LA Knight. Wow. Wow, okay. That's right, Andy. A Styles clash on a chair. He did that. AJ Styles came in just for LA. He flew. AJ Styles flew for America to Australia just to cost LA Knight this match, guys. That's dedication. And with that being said, Kevin Owens now one more time just diverts his attention towards Logan Paul. And Kevin Owens taking out Randy Orton with the Swanton Bomb, going for the cover, but Orton kicks out. Still with a kick out. The match continues. I really feel like this is not a great pay-per-view, you know? The match quality, the participants, I'm sorry, but I feel like this pay-per-view is lackluster. It really is. With that being said, Drew McIntyre gets his knees up, of course, straight to the back of Kevin Owens. Yeah. It's going to be McIntyre who's going to win the match, clearly. It's either McIntyre or it's Randy, because obviously Kevin and Logan are going to be having a feud of their own. So it's McIntyre or Randy, and Randy, I don't know why he would win. Randy winning would be just, to me, as meaningless as Becky winning. So you never know. But I feel like it's going to be, it cannot be Randy. It has to be McIntyre. It has to be DM Hunk. Yeah, that's what I feel. I see. Good for them, Andy. Good for them to at least get some TV time, yeah? That's good. You know, ever since that they were hired, they barely got any TV time, so it's good to see them getting some work to do. Yeah. And Kevin Owens now with a stunner to Logan Paul. Logan Paul down. Randy Orton following through with a RKO. Kevin Owens reverses that and a super kick to Orton. Following that up with a... was going to go for the powerbomb, but Randy Orton with the reversal and a stunner. But Randy Orton with an RKO to Kevin Owens. That's nice. RKO to Kevin Owens. Go for the cover. And Kevin Owens does not kick out. He's out of the match. Randy Orton with another elimination right here. Still vanilla. You're right, Andy. And I feel like it's not going to be chocolate anytime soon. It's going to stay vanilla, it seems. Yep. Very bland. Very bland. Yeah, DM Hunk is winning the match, guys. Clearly. Yep, KO gone for Orton. Indeed, Andy, you're right about that. We are now left with Logan Paul, Randy Orton, and Drew McIntyre. That's what's happened. Bro, Gary, I thought we were done with RK Bro, brother. We're done with it. RK Bro is so 2022, right? We don't talk about RK Bro anymore. It's over. Thank you, Matt Riddle. Thanks. I owe you one. Right, anyways. Randy and Drew going after each other. Yeah. Trading those big shots to the head. And now Randy Orton. Crossbody slam. Drew McIntyre down. Logan Paul, very smart. Smashing Randy Orton's head into the top turnbuckle. Paul looking to fly. Randy Orton one step ahead, pulls his leg down. And I don't know what the main event's going to have, what kind of fireworks it's going to have, but this pay-per-view really has seriously lacked fireworks. Literally and otherwise as well. Thank you for that, my brother Randy. I'm not the one responsible for the watch along being on fire. It's you guys. You are the ones who make it what the watch alongs are. Thank you. Thank you for the love and thank you for the support, Andy. Thank you. All right. Well, the match is very slow. Really dead. Really, very slow. Randy and Drew both down. Drew kicking himself up right here, back on his feet. Went Shawn Michaels. What is DM Hunk looking to do? I knew this was coming. Logan Paul flies from the top of the podium, down on McIntyre. DM Hunk is down. So is Logan Paul, and so is Randy Orton. You're right, Andy. He's finding some success in Japan. Good for Riddle, good for Nick Nemeth, good for both of them. Oh my goodness. The brass knuckles of Logan are out of his pants and are on his knuckles. It's a no DQ match. Elimination Chamber means no disqualifications, no countouts, none of that stuff. And Logan Paul with the brass knuckles in hand, are they going to cost him that match, or is it gonna be opening up the doors to the road to WrestleMania for Paul? Logan Paul with an RKO out of nowhere. Randy Orton with an RKO out of nowhere to Logan Paul. Paul's down. All that Randy Orton has to do now is cover him. And he does it. He does it. Logan Paul's out of the match now, guys. Randy Orton has covered Logan Paul. Logan Paul is out of the match. There are only two people remaining now. Randy Orton and DM Hunk. Who's going to win the match? Yeah, true. I mean, I wish I could tell you all that I had heard about Jacob Fatu and everything, but I'm bound to not say anything. But, I heard so many things about Jacob Fatu. It seems like it's going nowhere. But you're right. He's never leaving MLW. It seems like he's just comfortable where he is. He gets good money, easy schedule. From what I've heard is that Jacob Fatu, he's a carefree guy, he can't, carefree guy, lives his life as he wants, that kind of a guy. So good for him. If he's happy, good for him, I guess. But Randy Orton going for the DDT on DM Hunk, and DM Hunk is down. Gary with the Randy. What's happening here? Randy Orton, is he going to go for the RKO on DM Hunk? Is he going to do that? Is Randy Orton going to main event WrestleMania? After all these years. Seems like Orton is hearing some voices in his head. Is he going to go for the punt? Is he going to go for the punt? Gary, he has got a lot of passion. Like I said, he's a carefree guy. So, The very surprising part about Jacob Fatu is that he doesn't own a smartphone. He owns a very small, one of those keypad kind of phones, Nokia phones. That's what he owns. Very surprising fact about him. Yeah. And I've also heard that he's not very good with his money. So, again, these are things that we have heard. Some might be true, some might not be true. Who knows? But this is what I've heard about Jacob. Yeah. And Drew McIntyre. They really are stretching out this pay-per-view, guys. Every single move, every single thing that they're doing. It's so dramatic tonight. It's so stretched up. It's taking so much longer than it should. And it seems like Randy Orton's back's just given up right here as he was trying to make his way back to his feet, and Drew McIntyre looks on. It would be funny if Drew McIntyre right now, as he stands in all that confidence, Randy Orton gets up and hits him with an RKO, and that's exactly what he did. An RKO out of nowhere as Drew stood there with all the... Wait a second. Oh, come on now. Logan Paul with the... This is so crappy. Come on. Oh, come on. DM Hunk is going to WrestleMania, guys. Like it or not, DM Hunk is going to WrestleMania, and we might get Randy Orton versus Logan Paul for the U.S. title at WrestleMania. Who knows? Last year it was John Cena versus Austin Theory. This year it could be Randy versus Logan Paul. And we got Gary saying, my best friend is 81 years old. He won't use anything but an old flip phone. And, you know, sometimes it's good to have an old phone so you can just be... Maybe if I wasn't, you know, doing all the content creation and stuff, I could be having a traditional phone too. Sometimes it's good to have not a very smart phone. I was looking at the statistics and it seems like the number of people buying dummy phones in America is rising. Yeah. I guess it's the fatigue from the smart devices that's kicking in now. And we've got Andy saying Orton RKO on Drew. That's right. 3-0 from True. 4-0 from James. You guys were all right when you said that Drew was going to win. He did win. DM Hunk is victorious. We all knew Drew was going to win. You're right, Andy. You're right about that, brother. But yeah, with that being said, we are now left with one match and one match only. That's going to be Rhea Ripley versus Nia Jax. The hometown hero versus the most hated woman in wrestling today, Nia Jax. There should be something. I hope it's something because, you know, they made us wait until the very end for this match. It better be something. It better be full of fireworks. It better be worth... How many hours have you been watching this for? For 4 hours now. We've been watching this for almost 4 hours. So, including the pre-show. So it better be worth 4 hours of wait. All right. Orton has a record too. Plus he went... That's right. Yep. Yep. Some pyros used for Drew McIntyre. Interesting. They never used any pyro for Becky Lynch. She also, you know, won the chamber. She also won a ticket to WrestleMania. No pyro for her? Okay. Going Rhea. Okay, James here says Rhea's going to win. Look, just like I said, there's a bigger chance of all of us together flying to the moon tomorrow morning for breakfast than Rhea Ripley dropping the title to Nia Jax. It's not happening, guys. Rhea Ripley is winning. She's winning. She's winning. I kind of like Logan Paul now. Really, Jonathan? Really? Really? Okay. Gary with the 1 and 2. That's sweet, brother. But yeah, it's going to be for the World Heavyweight Championship. Seth Rollins versus DM Hunk. And if Drew McIntyre wins at WrestleMania, we're never going to hear the end of it. We're never going to hear the end of it. Oh, dear. I'm not ready for this. We're never going to hear the end of the fact that he won the chamber, too. You know, we're never going to hear the end of it. I'm already hoping that CM Punk comes back quickly so he can shut up Drew McIntyre. I really hope so. So next time we meet, that's right, at AEW Revolution, March 3rd is when we're going to be meeting next, and we're going to have a great time, without a doubt. Did you guys also, you know, the commercial playing right now, WWE World of WrestleMania, they're doing a WrestleMania week kind of a thing where they're kind of bringing a pop-up WWE Experience Center to Philadelphia with merchandise exclusive to the event, with autograph signing, entrance ramp, all the shenanigans that they used to have at the WrestleMania Access. They're going to have it on a much larger scale, and they're now calling it WWE World at WrestleMania Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. April 4th to April 8th. 5 days. WWE World at WrestleMania. Yeah, the tickets start at $30. They go all the way up to $300. Yeah. Punk won't be back in time. Yeah, brother. It's going to be a long time until Punk is back, apparently. It's time for a 420 break. I see, Gary. Well, without Matt Riddle, good thing. Good thing we don't need 420 breaks anymore. Mama better Vince as Andy. That's right. You're right, true. You're right. Cash grab season indeed. They'll sell you anything, and they know you'll buy it, so they'll send you anything and everything. Totally right about that. It's raining money for WWE every WrestleMania season, without a doubt. All right, guys. With that being said, the main event is almost upon us. Before that, I'll just take a very quick break. BRB. If you guys also want to catch a quick bathroom break or a quick drink break or a snack break, do so because the main event is up next. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. Much love. All right, guys. Wow, I guess I'm back in time. Surprised that Triple H is here. What is he gonna promise next? SummerSlam in Australia? Let's see. Possibly, Jonathan. That's probably what it's gonna get. Let's see what Triple H here wants to say to the fans. I know, Brother James. Hang on, brother, hang on. Let's see what Triple H wants to say. I know, true. I wanted to.
On behalf of every superstar back there, thank you for inviting us into your home. Thank you for being great.
Well, I think first of all, I should thank the American fans for waking up at 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. in the morning for this crap. Or he should apologize for it, right? What is it? I knew it was going to exceed 50,000. I read somewhere that they had sold like 50,400 tickets. Of course, they had to hike up the actual figures. 52,590. They probably have like 48,000 people in attendance. All right. Why is Triple H out here to announce the attendance figure? Is that not something that Carmella or Alexa Bliss or, talent too. I mean, by the way, Carmella is still under contract, right? It's been a while since we have seen her. Man, they were really holding up all those fireworks for this moment, were they not? Well, that's it? What? Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? So Triple H made his entrance. He made his way all the way to the ring just to announce the attendance figure. In the past, we've had, talent or even Michael Cole announce attendance figures. Are you kidding me right now? They had Triple H come in all the way for this. All right. More fake numbers, says James. Yeah, definitely. All right, coming up next is the Women's World Title match, the main event. Hopefully, we're going to get to it without having a video package waste more time. So let's see. Carmella is still implant feeding, I see. Well, yeah, let her take her time. I wonder if Dominic Mysterio is going to be here to kind of share the spotlight, or if Rhea Ripley is going to come out all by herself. I would say she should come out by herself. She's a lone warrior. But let's see. Her evolution's been great, right? Her evolution's been fantastic. When she joined the Judgment Day, I felt like she was trying too hard to fit in. Of course, it felt like she fit in, but still, she was trying too hard to be this dark character, this angry lady. But, she's excelled at it. She's better than ever. And huge props go to Rhea Ripley. Even though I don't know what this makeup really means here. The makeup that they've used in the poster right behind me. Yeah, this makeup is a bit too much maybe. But still, props to Rhea Ripley for really excelling, killing the whole Judgment Day game. Video package, I know, true, I know. There had to be a video package. All right. This has been a long pay-per-view. For us, they only had a few matches, like 4 matches of the main show, 1 match of the pre-show. Really not a lot of matches, but this was still a long pay-per-view. Yeah. And also, let's not forget that segment that nobody needed. And nobody asked for, to be honest. It kind of makes me scratch my head. Cody knew that Rock was not here, but still he traveled from America to Australia to challenge The Rock for a match who is back in America. Makes no sense. Jane says, yes, Melo's still under contract during, Carmella is still under contract during childbirth. She suffered nerve damage in her foot and she can't feel it. That's terrible. That's true. I never heard of that, James. That's very sad to hear. Hopefully she's going to recover from that soon and she's going to be okay. Jonathan says, I'm not a fan of how the Elimination Chamber looks. It used to be an oval... I know, brother. This feels like a Baskin-Robbins version of Elimination Chamber, if I may. Very colorful, very nice and simple and sweet. It feels like a kid's playground. Definitely not the Elimination Chamber that we used to love growing up. Yeah, that structure used to be scary. This structure, not at all. Let's see, and we've got Gary saying, I thought for sure he would address the Hall of Fame inductees. Yet not happening, brother. Rhea Ripley, yep. Very disappointing night for Bobby Lashley. Jonathan, not surprised, brother. I mean, again, there's been no push behind Lashley, even with the Street Profits. I thought when they paired these guys up, I was like, this is badass. This is excellent. This is what should be happening. I'm thrilled. It ended up being nowhere. And when they pitched this name, the Pride, for Lashley and the Street Profits, I'm like, okay, they're done. they're not going anywhere with this name. Yeah. And we've got Jonathan says there was no need for the Grace and Water segment. There was no need for it. I think they inserted that segment in there just because they wanted Cody Rhodes to be over with the fans, or they wanted the fans to give Cody Rhodes to the fans without having him wrestle tonight. So stupid, a totally meaningless segment. Really terrible segment. It's a safer chamber for the talent. Yeah, also it's easier for them to accommodate it and transport it and whatnot. So it makes sense. Also, when did they for a few years they got rid of the chamber altogether. We did not have the Elimination Chamber matches because of the transportation and accommodation problems, but now we do. So that's that. Glad they were able to find a workaround. And we've got Jonathan says, also when did they change the rule that they can't get pinned outside but only in the ring? I wonder, brother. I really wonder. good observation. So far, I give this pay-per-view a 5 out of 10. Gary, my brother, you are being generous. I wouldn't give it a 5 either. Again, we are all very unbiased here. When we see good wrestling, we appreciate it. But when we see bad wrestling or bad shows, nothing holds us back from telling the truth. And I can be very appreciative of WWE pay-per-views. I can really shower them with my praises. But if they're not good, I will not hold back and say, oh, it's a great pay-per-view. But it's not. This is not a good pay-per-view, guys. As True said earlier, this could have easily been a Raw or SmackDown. The matches could have easily been a Raw or SmackDown matches, except for the Chambers. Yeah. And let's see, I know Bianca Belair would have been a better fit than B-Fab, but then they got scared to make Bianca full heel. Exactly. And that's been very generous. You're right, James. They need to start the pre-situation now. When is he going to do with the case? Exactly. So WrestleMania has to be it. He held on to the briefcase for so long. Must cash in at WrestleMania. Must give Seth Rollins a taste of his own medicine. Should do it. If he doesn't do it at Mania, I don't know what's going to happen because July is Money in the Bank. His contract literally runs out July. He must do something. All right, with that being said, guys, it's fun to think what happens with Damian Priest. But let's see, what kind of a reception is Rhea Ripley going to get in Australia? I know WWE is hoping she gets a big, monstrous reception. She looks happy. Look at her. She's got a big smile on her face. She's happy, performing in front of her friends, family, her countrymen. She looks very happy. Coming out here as champion. This must be a very proud moment for her. A moment that she'll probably remember forever. Look at her. Rhea Ripley making her way out. High fives and everything. Nia has slimmed down. Without a doubt, true. She has slimmed down. Good for Nia Jax. I don't know if she's actually the most hated woman in wrestling today. At one point she was. She probably still is. But the fact that she was able to play with it and not go after the fans with it. Look, there's two ways you can handle hate. You can handle hate the way Nia Jax does, or you can handle hate the way Ronda Rousey did. And one of them is not wrestling anymore, right? And Ronda Rousey not wrestling anymore. And Ronda Rousey could not handle hate. I'm not going after Ronda Rousey with this comment. I'm not saying that she was, it was her fault. Because not everybody can handle hate so well. And Nia Jax does a good job at it. And Ronda Rousey was criticized by the fans at one point. She was also praised and admired by the fans. Didn't take it well. But Nia Jax, on the other hand, she took that criticism and just used it to annoy the fans further, and she kept annoying them until they finally had to accept her. So that's that with Nia. Let's see. 2 Australia born in the main event. That's right, James, that's right, brother. I thought I was being generous. You were being generous, Gary. Very much so. Rhea looking good. Yes, she looks good. And the most important part about this, she looks super happy. And we love seeing people happy, right? Look at Rhea Ripley here, having the time of her life. Nia Jax, the new Vicky Guerrero, excuse me. I like that, brother. Is Ronda Rousey not an ROH? I think that her appearance with ROH was a one-time. And I don't believe, I don't know if that something's changed from then and now, but I don't believe, as of my last update, that she has signed anything full-term or long-term. It was only a one-off thing, I believe. But Ronda Rousey is very much active on social media, and she's very much vocal on the Vince McMahon situation too. So, when the Vince McMahon thing happened, she was vocal. She said, until this specific person is still in the company, you know that Vince McMahon is still there because he's his puppet and whatnot. Ronda is vocal. And every time I put up a post, especially when it's about Vince, Ronda likes it. So you know that there is something that caused Ronda to leave WWE. She didn't just leave for nothing. Must have been something. Who knows? It's all speculation at this point. We don't know the truth. Rhea looks so much better without the pale makeup. You know it, true. You know it, brother. Nia looking good as well tonight. She's smiling too. Nia looks good, for sure. You can tell she has not just lost weight, she has lost a lot of weight. Mike Rowan does a great job. How do you guys feel about Samantha Arvin? You know, the WWE social media manager is clearly obsessed with Samantha. Every single Monday night or weekends, you see these videos of Samantha announcing and, you know, the camera being on her only. The WWE social media manager, whoever it is, they love Samantha. How do you guys feel about Samantha? Seems like she is super popular these days. People love her announcing skills. How do you guys feel? Let me know. I thought I had to walk my dogs. I thought this title match be already going on. No, Andy, you have no idea what happened. So Triple H came out. Yeah, but don't worry, you did not miss anything big. Triple H came out to announce the attendance number only. So he did his whole entrance, did the whole walk to the ring, and then he said, we have 52,000 people in the arena tonight. And then he was on his way out. That's it. Nothing else. Samantha is hilarious. Yeah, she is. She's sweet. Yeah, she's sweet. I think right now, all the announcers that they all do a good job. Rhea Ripley with those headbutts to Nia Jax once, twice, one more time, a chop straight to her chest. Rhea Ripley on the rope, and there you go. Hurricane Rana sending Nia Jax over to the ropes. Good stuff. Once again, a drop kick, and Nia Jax goes to the corner. Rhea Ripley. I wonder if Tiffany Stratton can pick up Nia. I was actually impressed by Tiffany tonight. The way that she held up two ladies on her shoulders and took care of both of them individually, she was pretty good, you know. And Tiffany impressed me with her skills and her strength tonight. I wonder if she would actually pick up Nia. That would be something crazy. I crap every time she announces Chelsea Green. Chelsea Green is such a character too, right? She is so funny. I had the Karen of WWE. I hadn't gone to sleep yet. We do true. Yep. You're right, true. And here we are now. Nia Jax. Walking around confident. Oh my gosh. Mocking Rhea Ripley. Before that butt to the face of Ripley and just grinding her butt into her face. Rhea Ripley being mocked at by Nia Jax in her own hometown. That's not good. Nia this time grabs Rhea Ripley. By the way, guys, tonight we are celebrating Rhea Ripley and Grayson Waller and maybe Indy Hartwell, but we're not going to talk about how Indy Hartwell is also from Australia. But anyways, we're celebrating Rhea Ripley tonight at Elimination Chamber in Australia. August, we're going to be celebrating Gunther in Germany at Bash in Berlin. Even though Gunther is not really from Germany, he's from Austria, but we're going to pretend like he's from Germany, and we're going to celebrate Gunther in August. It's going to be good. And you know, until then, they're not breaking up the Imperium. Imperium is going to stay a team at least until Bash in Berlin. I presume this match will finish in 15 minutes. I don't know, Jonathan. Look, if that tag team match with Pete Dunne and his friend versus the Judgment Day could go so long, I don't know. This is the main event. Who knows? Maybe they might be able to stretch it to an hour. Hopefully not. But here we are. But as I feared, this show was not really full of fireworks. It was quite a basic show with 2 Elimination Chamber matches. That's it. All right, so we're now looking at Nia Jax once again dominating Rhea Ripley, just stretching her up. think even my television got tired of this thing. It's so interesting, True, that you mentioned that. I actually watched an interview with Rhea Ripley. I think it was an interview that she did with the WWE themselves. I think it was The Bump, where she mentioned the fans being obsessed with her feet, which, again, it makes no sense to me, but yeah. There can be some people out there, some characters out there. My neighbors are outside mowing their lawn at this time. Crazy. Jonathan, they can say the same thing about you, that my neighbor is inside there watching wrestling at this time. Crazy. Yeah, to each their own, brother Jonathan. Hope to see you all the next time together. Oh, Andy, we're going to have a great time. Revolution, for sure, hopefully. I think, actually, not hopefully. I think Revolution is definitely going to be a better pay-per-view than this one. We're going to have a good time, True. I'm sorry, Andy, we're going to have a great time. Are you going to sleep? Nia is BNB thinking about her. Oh, my goodness. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Hopefully she's not going to say anything like that out loud again. People have, yep, true, yep. All right. It's funny how it says coming to a city near you, and then it says Arizona. Well, that's not anywhere near me, I'll tell him that. Did I win the predictions championship? Acknowledge me. All right, Clay. You're acknowledged. You're acknowledged. Good to see you. All right, with that being said, Rhea Ripley once again just dominating Nia Jax, stomping her and whatnot. They're not doing a press conference after this pay-per-view, are they? They should not. This was not a pay-per-view that's worthy of a press conference. And Rhea Ripley, she's gonna go flying. She does. Cover on Nia Jax, and it's a kick out. One more time, it's a kick out. Would any of you let Rhea whip you? Andy, I would not. What is that? Oh, no. That's funny, but I would not. Yeah, True also says no, thank you. Hell yeah, Gary's all in for it. He says, hell yeah, Andy. Yes, Dominic Mysterio. Definitely lets her do that. And now we've got... There you are. Oh dear. I admire the Australian fans a lot. They stayed here for 4 or 5 hours only to cheer on their fellow Aussie, Rhea Ripley. I admire that. It's not a crazy match full of fireworks either. It's just a nice, sweet match. So I admire the Aussie spirit that ultimately made this show a success, right? Because if it wasn't for their Aussie spirit, this match would never be the main event. So I admire the Australian fans for being true to their fellow Australians. Good stuff. Cover on Rhea. Rhea kicks out. Jonathan says, is Raw live on Monday or is it recorded? Why would it be recorded? Is there something special on Monday that I'm forgetting? Wait, It should be live, right? It should be. You mean okay? Sorry, it's crazy me because they're flying back, right? No, it's definitely live. It's definitely live. And Andy, I'll not answer that question in case my wife watches later. Well, I guess Jonathan, you have. I'm sorry, Andy, you have Jonathan's answer in that. You know, there was an answer in that. You could tell. You could tell. By the way, Rhea Ripley showing off her pure strength here, carrying Nia Jax on her shoulders. Oh my gosh, sending her face first into the turnbuckle. That's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt. Shows like this is why I like AEW, TNA, and GPW more. I get that, true. I get that, brother. I get that. It's going to be pre-recorded, Jonathan. Wait, it's going to be pre-recorded? Oh, okay. I was wrong, Jonathan. Sorry. And Viva la Razza, Rhea Ripley. You're awesome, Andy. Frog Splash from Rhea Ripley. Going for the cover on Nia. Nia kicks out. I like that, Jonathan. Very positive, very nice. And here we are, Rhea Ripley finally turning her attention to the broadcast table, to the commentary table. Takes the top off of it. And now grabbing Nia Jax by her hair. Is she going to be power bombing Nia Jax through that commentary desk? Oh, a DX chop as well. She's trying to lift her up. Nia Jax with the resistance. And Nia grabbing Rhea Ripley. She has her up. Oh my... What? Who should I praise? Should I praise Rhea Ripley, Nia Jax, or the desk for being so strong? You know, the American desk would have shattered by now, but the Australian desk held on, and Nia is looking to fly, and there you go. Finally, the desk met its own breaking point, and it shatters as Nia Jax flies down on Rhea Ripley, just shattering up the desk. Like that. And we've got Gary saying, I would let Rhea Ripley, wow. I see, Gary. That's pure love right there. That's the kind of love that Dirty Dominic has for Rhea Ripley, I think. We've got Jonathan. Andy says, thanks, Jonathan. Maybe I'll have to leave my state to find her. That's sweet, Andy, my brother. And until then, you've got your brothers right here, Andy. Nia hit her. Oh, my goodness. True. You guys. Oh, dude, that's so funny. Gary says, my TV guide says Raw will be live. We'll find out. I thought it was going to be live, but we'll find out. All right. Andy says it'll be pre-recorded. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe they just haven't updated the TV listing. Maybe they'll update it later. That's right. True. The table wins. And we're back here in the ring, but this time Nia Jax is dominating the match. The one thing that takes away everything, all the charm from this match, is the very predictable nature of it. We all know that Rhea Ripley is going to win, and that takes away the charm from the match a bit. Rhea Ripley now tossing Nia Jax over the top rope, but Nia Jax holding on and stays on the apron. What are they going to be doing now? It looks like Rhea Ripley could be going for a superplex. If the ring breaks, that will be a nice pop-worthy moment. I don't know if it'll actually happen, but if it does happen, it'll be a very pop-worthy moment. That's right, Andy. That's right. Wow. Nia Jax the headbutt to Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley goes down again. There's something about a thick woman that I love. That's sweet, Gary. That is sweet. Jonathan says, every match has been very predictable. You're right. Even though I predicted the women's chamber match incorrectly, you guys all actually predicted it correctly. True did, James did, Andy did, Gary did, everybody did. Jonathan, you did, everybody did. Come on, the ring should break. It does not. It does not. All right. When was the last time the ring exploded? Big Show and Mark Henry, right? Yeah. Those were some good days. Not sure if they'll ever come back, though, with the rings exploding and whatnot. Crazy days. The stadium is beautiful, though. Look at the stadium. Look at the lighting and everything. It's great. The stadium is built beautifully. True stays focused on that part. I see you, True. And now Nia Jax is done for. Rhea going for the cover. This should be it. And it's over. Thank you. Thank you. The match is over. Rhea Ripley wins the match. The pay-per-view has come to an end, guys. Rhea Ripley has won the match and has retained the championship. Good for her. Big Show and Strowman, thank you for bringing back those memories, Drew. Thanks for that. Rhea has done it. The pay-per-view, the boyhood dream has come true. Good for her. Good for her. Let's see how they end the pay-per-view, though. Are we going to be having a press conference for the show? Because really, they should not. It was not a pay-per-view that needs or deserves a press conference. Nothing notable happened, right? Should have a press conference if something notable happens. All right, but good for Rhea Ripley for having her family ringside celebrating with her. That's right. Jonathan says, wow, what a surprise. Yeah, that's right. Rhea retained. True 4-0, James 5-0. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. All right. WrestleMania, we're going to be having the predictions title on the line, and we're also going to be having a gift that's going to be on the line. A present awaits you at WrestleMania when we have a predictions title on the line, guys. So stay tuned. WrestleMania will be fun, for sure. All right, everybody. That's right, Andy. Much love to you, brother Andy. Have a good night. Sleep well. Or should I say have a good morning, everybody. Sleep well. Take care. And, yeah, I'll see you for Revolution March 3rd. Should be a good time. Until then, Rhea Ripley, still your champion. Becky Lynch is going to WrestleMania. DM Hunk, Drew McIntyre, is also going to WrestleMania. Now we are here with the Pyro. Is there anything else happening tonight, or is it it? This is it, seems. Oh, this is really it. Oh, we are really ending the show like this. Okay. No surprises. No iconics. None of that stuff. Good stuff. WrestleMania, coming soon. The way she pinned Nia. I know, True. I knew that somebody was going to mention that. All right, my brothers. Thank you. Have a good night. Sleep well. Thank you, Jonathan. You're awesome. Thank you, James. Thank you. Much love to all of you. Take care, James, Jonathan, True, Andy, Gary, my brothers, all of you. You guys are all awesome. Thanks, Drew. Thank you, everybody. I hope you all sleep well. Take care. Have a good night. We know everybody who was here tonight. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Sleep well. Money Badger. We had, who was Broman. Everybody who was here. Thank you, guys. Gary, Andy, Jonathan, True. Once again, so much. James, my brother. You're awesome. Congratulations on leading with the victory predictions tonight. Thank you. Take care. I hope you all have a great day ahead. Great weekend ahead. And I hope you all sleep well. Take care. Much love to all of you. And good night. Thank you, guys. Take care. Yeah, there were 4 matches, True, on the main show, 1 match on the pre-show. So that's the Kabuki Warriors retained on the pre-show. So that happened. Yeah. Overall, before I go, I'll just say one of the most bland pay-per-views that I've ever seen. There was no spice. There was no taste in it. It was just bland, completely bland. And I would give it a overall rating of a 3 out of 5. And I'm being generous. Definitely. Thank you once again. Sleep well, guys. Take care. I see Gary gives it a 5 as well. I like that. Much love, guys. Take care. Good night. Sleep well. And I will see you for Revolution March 3rd. And, of course, WrestleMania April